pinakalaan diyan ng Manifesto.
So hand me the steer of the vehicle. Let me drive the vehicle. Give me the steer and let me take the vehicle.
Join us on this exciting journey as the next chapter begins on Sunday, 18th August 2024, under the distinguished patronage of the chairman of the New Patriotic Party, the flag bearer and presidential candidate, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, and his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. The NPP unveils the bold solutions to today's challenges. Tune in to your favorite TV channel and radio station and join us as we show the path to a brighter tomorrow. All roads lead to Secondary Takoradi on Sunday, August 18th at 1 p.m. It's
have to know what the political party thinks, what the presidential candidate thinks. But what is more crucial is making sure that whatever you are promising, you have a plan that is realistic to actualize it. Because you see, once the fact that you see, a social program is good. It's good because it will provide relief to different groups of people, especially the poor. But the fact that it's good doesn't necessarily mean that it is feasible. Now, the feasibility would depend on the kind of plan they will tell us. How are you going to fund it? Are you going to increase taxes? Are you going to cut some expenditures? What's the projected increase? Are you factoring in inflation in terms of how much you are paying to the schools? You see, all these things will have to come into play to make sure that whatever you have intended to implement will actually be implemented, one, and two, will be implemented properly in a way that will not impact, say, for free education, it shouldn't impact quality, okay? Once enrollment might go up, but quality might be compromised if you don't look at the curriculum, the teachers, classrooms, and all that. So, as I always say, manifestos are good. We can chronicle, go back to maybe 2008 to date, and we can check how many of the promises our politicians have made, and how many have been implemented, one, and how many have been implemented without challenges over the period.
Definitely, we'll definitely be later looking at that. But, I mean, you've been observing the elections, the threads, and the manifesto readouts and everything. I mean, with barely 4 months to the election, now that the manifesto is being launched, what impact do you think is actually going to have, especially on voters in the swing region? The manifesto impacts in terms of the ruling party and opposition. The impact could be varied. Now, the ruling party has been in power for, say, 8 years. So, credibility and trust is crucial for the ruling party to make sure that the buy-in from the floating voter or from the swing ratings will be very dependent on how quality that promise it. The quality comes with a very good actionable plan. Now, for the opposition, because they have not been in charge of implementing policy programs and positions over the period, the voter is likely to trust them a bit more than the ruling party. But the ruling party, they know what you promise, what you have done, and what you say you want to do. So they look at the promise versus the delivery and what is the outcome. Okay, but for the opposition party, because you say the voter might look at them a bit more considerably than the ruling party. So I believe that the impact, of course, because, as I said, because it will target various groups, it will have some kind of impact. Okay? Mm-hmm. But how much impact it will have, it will depend on how the program is rolled out, how the campaign is sent, how we make sure that the grassroots understand it, and eventually, whether it impacts or not, it will show in maybe the final polls or the exit polls. Those who will say, okay, this program caused me to vote for this party, that program caused me to vote for that party. So as I said, in the swing ratings, the impact will be varied. But the ruling party always has some kind of burden in terms of trust and credibility. So they will always have to go the extra mile to make sure that it's not just another promise to try and win the election, but you really mean what you have put down and have a very good actionable plan. So for the ruling party, the very critical thing is a very good actionable plan that can be explained simply to the voter. Okay, now, I mean, people have actually been predicting that there's voter apathy in the swing regions, and like you yourself have made mention, we want to find out, would we see
any apathy in this coming elections in the swing regions?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Now, I want to deal with this apathy on the policy and promise level, then look at how the numbers pan out. Now, voter apathy is basically the voter having less enthusiasm to vote, right? Because from one way or the other, it feels that things have the expectations of the parties have not been met. So let's say in 2016, for instance, some of the things that caused apathy or that made people angry was the power crisis, right? It was virtually prolonged for more than half of the term. Now, the people, when people are irritated, it wouldn't matter the kind of party, whether they are supporters or not. Even if they won't vote for your main opponent, they might not turn out. Issues like corruption, you know, sadly, corruption has always been an issue right from 92 to date. Now, the other issue that caused a major apathy for NDC in 2016 was their botched primaries. Now, you remember they expanded their electoral college to bring in some members. And what that brought was that parliamentary candidates who wanted to have advantage over their opponents slipped in all sorts of names, which caused other people to lose. Okay, then what it bred was people would say, okay, you have twisted my arm, you've won. Now go and win the general election. Let's see. So that person will be sitting out the election. There were quite a reasonable number of independent candidates resulted in that kind of arrangement that NDC did. Okay. Now, when you come to MPP, 2020, one of their major issue was a financial sector cleanup. Now, you realize that they did it very early in the term, right? I think sometime in 2017 or so. The politically, from my strategic point, the strategic thinking is that it is a very sensitive issue. So the better you do it early, the earlier you do it, the better for you. Because the impact, the financial sector cleanup, what it resulted in that there were job losses, right? People's savings were messed up, even though they tried to pay up and all that. So this is another thing that caused apathy. The other thing was the Galamsey fight. Now, the Galamsey fight was absolutely a laudable idea. If you look at how we are messing up our water bodies and all that, and the effects, the cyanide and the cancer it will result and all that, it was fine. But the other side of the coin is that people's livelihood have depended on it for years. So in implementing it, if you don't implement it side by side in a very good alternate livelihood program, you are going to suffer. So if you look at 2020, constituencies like Tapan Swayem, Prisia, Uni Valley, Tapan Swayem, for instance, is a very MPP prone. It's a constituency MPP wins by 10,000-15,000 margin. But they won by virtually, I think, 101 votes or so. Okay? So it just shows you the impact there. And where is the apathy? The apathy is that people got angry. People felt that their livelihood has been taken away from them. Now, there was this report about the party hierarchy also doing their own thing. It's not been established, but, perception in politics can always be a reality. Yeah. So, apathy, as a ruling party, your policy, actions, and inactions can cause apathy. Now, for the two parties, the major cause of their apathy is how they run their primaries. Okay? The arm twisting and the one party executive trying to favor the other and all that cause people to be angry. Now, when a certain candidate is angry and even does not run independent, that person will not be active in the campaign. And note, that person has supporters. That person has families. That person has friends. So the cascading effect will not just be the MP sitting out, but there's a multiplier effect to the extent that his friends, his family members, his agents, those who trust him and all that, you are going to have a problem. Okay? So when you run a primary very well, you are likely to reduce the apathy. I'm not saying you will eliminate it, because when people lose fair or foul, they don't feel good. But if I know that I lost this thing unfairly, I'm more likely to be angrier, and it will take me much more time to come back to the party fold than if I know, okay, I lost fair and square, but I need some days to just cool off my head. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, it's about policy, actions and inactions, and how our parties, so that the two parties run their elections sometimes. Sometimes it's just they just try to favor one person over another, and the other side will not. I mean, we can go into some constituencies where issues happen if you wish to.
Well, I mean, looking at those constituencies, we'll definitely be breaking all that down. But thank you so much for your time, sir. We'll definitely get back to you as the manifesto launch actually takes place, and we'll engage you further on this. Thank you so much for your time. That was Salam Intia. He is a senior analyst with Global Info Analytics. Now, I'm moving straight to my Joshua here is in the studio with me. I think people are enjoying he's giving a lot of nuggets, and it's making it easier to understand what's actually taking place today. There's a very huge event, and this is going to play a significant role when it comes to the December 7th election. So Joshua, you just heard Salam, and he spoke about voter apathy. For him, he feels that if the primaries are actually conducted properly, it's going to reduce the voter apathy. And he made mention of the fact that if I lose fair and square, I will take some days off to cool off my head. But then if I feel that I was cheated, that way I'll be angry. And he feels this is something that, the arm twisting has been really predominant when it comes to the politics in the primaries. What do you think of this?
I mean, we've seen that if the Kumewu by-election, the Jeso by-elections, among others, is anything to go by, we've seen the dissatisfaction among some of the supporters of some of the candidates in there. And that also comes about when the party decides that we are going to superimpose an individual that we think is best fit for the constituency or to represent the constituency. Like he said, the other candidates who contested fairly have supporters, they have families, and they also feel like they're part of the party, the sense of belonging. Now, when that is curtailed, then you get to have that uprising and that discomfort and disapproval of who you think you are bringing to us. But to buttress his point, same Global Info Analytics, they indicate that there are some 3 regions that are now creating or having a swell of voter apathy. Greater Accra is part, the Western region where they are.
And that is why they are there, actually.
Exactly. And even their stronghold, Ashanti region, is equally part. Now, per the voter apathy that we are seeing there, it also stems from, of course, the poor development issues, concerns of neglect, abandonment, among others. And also, one aspect that is not so surprising is the nomination of Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh as the running mate. That has actually created some voter apathy and has reduced, per their polls that they conducted, the margins. Now, per the report that I saw, Global Info Analytics confirmed that Dr. Baumia, they're actually cautioning him to strategically deploy Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, who is his running mate, to some regions because there are some swelling voter apathy amongst electorate, otherwise voters in there. Now, the polls indicated that 42% of MPP voters have rejected voting for the MPP because of NAPO, that is Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh. That is quite an interesting one. Now, if you come to Greater Accra region, from 59% in 2020, we understand that it has reduced to about 42%, right? Yeah. And that is the voters, and that is even compared to Dr. who now the opponent, JM, that's John Dramani Mahama, has now actually seen an appreciable increase from in his, because now those who have now decided that we are not going to vote for the MPP due to other reasons, not only limited to the nomination of Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh as the running mate, we are now going to vote for the... Now, these are polls. Yeah. What it means is that before a period, there is the likelihood that it could change. These are scientific data. Things can change at any point in time. There are several factors that could change it. Yeah. The message is key. The strategy is key. Yes. The address is also key. And then other traditional factors, the constitutional factors that actually influence voter choice, could also now either be altered or otherwise maintained. But from now to the time, there are actually going to be consents. Now let's look at the Western region itself in proper context.
Yeah.
How has the Western region even served the NPP in this area?
They've actually been there at, you know, what you call a cheerleader, what you call like your home base. I mean, it's not the home base, we'll give it to the Ashanti region, but the Western region over the years have shown strong loyalty and support to
Absolutely.
the NPP.
Absolutely.
And they keep voting for them over and over and over again. Yes.
And it gives you the impression what really is the NPP's plan in the Central region and the Western region. After the Central region in 2016-2020, compensated them heavily with some seats in that particular area. 2016 alone, when we come in down to 2020, realized that NPP we have 23 seats within the Central region. Of course, they had about 19 of them. And that was why in 2020, when they had to now launch their manifesto, they had to take the manifesto to the Central region.
Yes.
And that was because, of course, at that time, it wasn't to the entire voters, it was just to the party faithful, the National Executive Committee, Council of Elders, among the high rank and file of the party, because, of course, COVID was then. So now this social distancing and all of that.
Yes, we had to limit the contact.
Exactly. So it was just limited to the party executives and whatnot. But that was the compensation they got from the Central region. So during sudden development, even the one district, one factory, some factories were there. Remember, there were 232 companies
that
at the time
listed,
in 2022 that were actually, incorporated under the launch of the 1D1F. And they also got their share there. There is this brewery company, beer brewing company, SBL also, that equally got that, among others. There is also this lubricant manufacturing company or factory also there that got that compensation in there. The Western region also, if you look at the checkered history from 2008 up until 2016, it has actually been, or 2008 to, from 2000 actually to 2008, actually been a stay for the NPP. The current minister for the Western region, who is also a member of parliament for the Takoradi constituency, has been in parliament since 2008.
We're not taking you out, but then we're going straight to the grounds. Like we make mention, we'll be bringing you live insights and reports, updates from the ground. And if you're going straight to the ground, things are happening and the launch is about to begin. So let's head straight to Takoradi to take the feed from there. some issues, feasibility, implementation, can it be done better, the quality of education and things. I mean, we're still looking at all of that, but this was something that they were riding on. It was a wave that actually stormed them into the house of the population. Also, they were looking at improving the quality of primary and senior high school education and focusing on science and mathematics. And fast forward to 2024, recently we actually had them. They had actually opened the STEM school for girls. They're also building more of such schools across the country, because they did make mention of the fact that these are key areas we actually want to focus on. They also wanted to work with universities to raise their standards to the ranks of the best when it comes to our peers in Africa and beyond. Also, they wanted to place research and innovation at the heart of education in Ghana. They also wanted to restore the honor. This was something that was very key for them. They wanted to restore the honor and respect that teachers once had as key sources of enlightenment in our society. And finally, they wanted to restore physical education and sports as an integral part of a program of wholesome education for a wholesome nation. So this is actually under education. These are some of the key things, and this was their 2016 manifesto highlights. Now, under health, they wanted to ensure and mainstream a health in all policy approach with government agencies. They also wanted to institute a One Health approach with health initiatives that mitigate the exposure of risk. Now, they also wanted to ensure a gender-sensitive and gender-responsive health system with a special focus on the health needs of women and children. And then also they wanted to address health disparities when it came to allocating resources and actually motivating health workers. They also wanted to actually increase the health financing, because it was very important. I mean, health takes up a lot of money. So we need to put a lot of money into it, ensuring that people are getting access to quality health care. Now, they wanted to expand primary health care with respect to reach when it comes to quality and the presence of, take note, skilled personnel, because you don't just need the personnel, you need the personnel that have the skills to be able to carry out the job. And then also they wanted to focus on the social determinants of health. So these were some of the key things under health in their 2016 manifesto highlights. Now, under agriculture and rural development, they wanted to improve production efficiency. They also wanted to ensure food security when it came to producing quality raw materials for the industry. They also wanted to support some selected products beyond the farm gate. You know, this is just to incorporate post-harvest activities, which include storage, transportation, processing, packaging, and distribution. This is a very key point when it comes to agriculture, because most of people think that, oh, okay, after I farm, I just sell the food, or I just, you know, people come and buy it and then that's the end of it. No, but if you're able to go through the process of storing it properly, and some farm produce need to be stored under certain temperatures, you're able to do that, you get the right transportation to move it from where you are to your client or your people all across. It makes it that you're actually able to get the money, and if it goes further, we're able to process it from its raw state to a different state, a preserved state. You realize that you're actually able to gain more value for that as well, and that also plays a key role when it comes to being able to export our farm produce from here to other places. They also wanted to ensure that food producers can be guaranteed buyers and can obtain fair and attractive prices for their products. These are very key things that they were looking at. So these are some of the key highlights coming from the 2016 manifesto, and we'll still bring you more updates on this. We're not just looking at 2016, we'll actually be looking at the 2020 manifesto highlights as well. But this is just to bring you in the loop. This is to give you a fair idea of where they're coming from 2016 to 2020, and very soon now, today they're actually launching the 2024 manifesto. Can we see a pattern? Can we see something that is through? And they're doing this in Western region. Now, this is a region that has been holding them down, a region that, as much as, yes, is loyal to them, lately we can say has become more like a swing region, because, I mean, there's voter apathy present there. But is the manifesto they're presenting today going to have the key message? Is the manifesto going to give the people the hope they look forward to revive that love they have for the party and to bring them into power come December 2024? Let's go straight to the grounds in Takoradi.
Who? Professor Mills, right? The flag bearer of the NDC took it for 6. And if you want to be petty, That's their stronghold. It should have been a priority. But hey, but not to be, I mean, today we are talking about our manifesto, so there's no need going on that tangent. But at least I like the fact that you admit that there's some improvement on the right. I remember there was this time I went to Pandai Polyclinic, and the matron was like, oh, if you pass here, you call us to come and tell you, help you swim out. That is where we've come from as a people. Yes. Yes, please.
Road projects have been halted because of issues with the Sino-Hydro contract.
I mean, there are some even in Takoradi.
The PTC interchange, our first interchange that we were excitedly looking forward to. What happens next? Right now, they're all hanging. What is the next?
No, but if you taking note, since we went through with the bilateral agreements and all that, some of the cancellations and some of the debt forgiveness that was given, work have started steadily. So if you had come to Takoradi probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, you'd have realized that everything was at a halt. But things are picking up. So you don't expect it to just happen. It's not magic. Gradually, we're getting there. Yes, yes, please. Which one? Which interchange? Yes.
On by progressing.
I mean, if you followed what the Minister of Finance said after he came back from the meeting all these things are going to pick up gradually. We still have a few loose ends to it, but the good thing is that there's hope that every road that has been started, it may not be necessarily before elections, because we are not into just doing whitewashing things and just presenting it for votes. We are interested in the development of this country. So it's not necessarily going to finish before 7 January, but they'll all pick up.
Do you have the necessary
all those things were tied to loans and other bilateral agreements. So definitely there's funding. There are a lot of projects around the country that were tied to a lot of these things. But gradually they are picking up. It will take a bit of time. We agree that is a bit challenging. People want to see development in their areas, but we also won't just do it for the sake of it. We need to do it and do it well.
Right. There's this road at Mpoho. Let me ask this when the question comes to you. You know, no, but she is with the
transport.
So I'm sure you are aware.
She's working with the next chapter, not now. So I know the.
But you see, that is where we come to. When you reduce, Omaro, when you reduce transport to just road infrastructure, then we miss it.
In the Western region, we need the roads.
No, of course. I used to be on the Takwa District Hospital project.
So you know how important
it was worse than this. So at least there's hope. Let's just push it.
I mean, you're right that transport is beyond roads.
Yes.
Of course, there's Sanders' opening remarks talked about the joy would have been if we could have come by water taxi. What are the key markers that will be different in the manifesto? Or if you look back at what we've had so far, what do you think would be key things that you would have to do differently?
One of the key things that Dr. Bamwa even highlighted on the 7th of February when he put out a 70-point agenda, more like what we herald in the manifesto. That's what we term the bold solutions. One of the things that stood out was electric vehicles. And we're even going to start it with transport companies, because at the end of the day, one of the things that really drives the cost of transport is fuel. So if we're going to go into electric, at least it cuts down the commercial aspects of it. And also there are some concessions that will be given to those who import electric vehicles or other forms of vehicles to also help reduce those things, emissions and all that. Don't also forget, apart from all these things, we have all these climate change conversations going on. Today, when you go to certain parts of the UK, for instance, there are emission zones that have been demarcated. I mean, I was even asking one of my students, I was like, it looks like lately the cars around London are a bit bigger than they used to be. And her answer was, we are moving from more energy efficient and more climate friendly vehicles. So that is where the world is moving to. We talk about transportation, we talk about aviation, we talk about a lot of these things, but it all has an impact on it. So you just can't put them in isolation. It's a whole thing. And by the time Dr. Bawumia is done outlining what we are going to do in our manifesto, I believe that every Ghanaian will know that we are moving from here. We talk about the fourth industrial revolution. You even have other places that they demarcated the fifth industrial revolution. That's what we are talking about. It's the future, not the past. It's digitalization, not analog things. Look, I was just looking at the airport we have now. Fantastic, Terminal 3. But look at the traffic there. But imagine if a concourse is built between Terminal 2 and Terminal 3. Who will be the West African hub, because we are the destination of trucks. We have a fantastic country, but you need to have the kind of leadership that understands the trend in the world, that understands and believes in the future, that understands what the youth can do, how to build the youth, how to keep them.
Still watching ABC News GH, and those were some live feeds coming right from GSTS in Takoradi, where the manifesto will be launched shortly. Well, earlier we actually had the running mate of the New Patriotic Party. He arrived at the premises, which indicates that very soon things will kick off. So you'll be seeing the visuals shortly on screen. You can see him as he has actually arrived at the venue. And you know, this is key. This is momentous. I think they're waiting mainly for the flag bearer, because the man in charge, number 2, is here. Number 1 is definitely going to be there soon. And then what everybody has been waiting for, the message that people want to hear, they would very soon hear it. We'll bring you everything right here on ABC News GH. So don't forget, we also had a Chapa Mensa. He was also there. So you'll also be seeing all those visuals directly on your screens shortly. But before we actually left and took some live feed from there, we're giving you some graphics, give you some highlights of the 2016 manifesto that the MPP actually delivered. We'll also be looking at that of the 2020, and my colleague Abena would be bringing you the details on that. Hi, Abena.
Happy Fania.
Yeah, so fast forward to 2020. What were some of the key messages under the various industries that the NPP actually pushed forward in their manifesto?
In 2020, NPP moved away from just 6 highlights to about 12 of them. So we will be taking a look at those. The NPP on economy said that we're going to reduce the rate of government borrowing. This was part of their manifesto. The NPP said then that they were going to reduce the rate of government borrowing. I would like to hear your conversation on that with Joshua when we come back. But this was one of the highlights of the NPP's manifesto in 2020. They also said that they were going to shift the focus of the economic management from taxation to stimulate production. And you can see that it was the same as
40, humanities, science to 60 or even more, because that's the fundamental. So it's a whole thing. You have different sectors, but it all comes together as a whole thinking and a whole document, so we can have it. Definitely. Thank you, Mara.
Joanne is here. She is a member of the subcommittee on transport for the New Patriotic Party's manifesto, which is going to be outdoors in a jiffy. Let me just back announce that the running mate to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that's Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, the MP for Mensha South, has arrived here in the auditorium. The Vice President himself, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has just come to the event now. He also arrived and ready for today's event. We're still expecting the President, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, to arrive, and then the program would essentially commence. But it's been a series of activities happening here so far, and the key issue is that we are looking forward to the manifesto launch, the outdooring of that document that the New Patriotic Party is hoping to sell to Ghanaians, which document would, if the party succeeds, be the document that it will be implementing in the next 2025 election, 2025 government onwards. That is the plan, that is the manifesto. Irama is here with me, Inshado is here with me, he's with Asasi Broadcasting, I'm with Channel 1 TV and CTFM, but we're also broadcasting to multiple. Two days ago, we saw a video of him very charged and angry, and he appears to have. You are calling for war, Salam. You look like a gentleman. I've interviewed you before you became a general secretary, and you become general secretary, and you are saying that you're not going to sacrifice peace for victory by the NDC. What was that about? It sounded too unlike you. What's happening?
Gentleman. Every single day I'm a gentleman. Always a gentleman.
So what happened? What were you doing?
If you listen to me, I was quite clear in what I said. And you know me well. I choose my words quite carefully. I did not make a declaration of war. So I was quite clear in what I said. And I started by saying that it's a response. Because in the course of the week, we heard the NDC National Chairman say that they will not append to the peace pact that we usually, submit to in the course of the election process, that they would not, citing a lot of flimsy excuses. Then at their launch of the Youth Manifesto as well, I heard them saying, they will not be victims of peace, and that when you draw dagger, they will draw dagger, and so on and so forth. One thing I know very well is elections. Umaru, I know elections very, very, very well, and the psychological aspect of the election is as important as the election itself. So if you begin to prep up your supporters in a way that I think that it should be nipped, I will do it. My communication was very simple. If you people tell us that you would not be victims of peace, I'll also tell you that we would not submit on the altar of peace. The same principle, two sides of a coin. It is up to us to now put the ball on the ground and play, for fairness' sake. No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
Do you think your words came out wrongly, or you stand with those words as they were uttered? So you stand by those words?
In my thought, and I repeat and I stand by it. We will not.
This is an opportunity. You don't want to clarify.
There's nothing to clarify. What I said is that we will not be cowed into defeat. We will not be pushed into defeat. We will not be forced into defeat. I tell you what, if the Ghanaian people express their sovereign will, we will respect it. I've made a lot of analogy in the 2008 situation when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 49.7%. less 23,000 votes to cross the 50+1. We accepted and went into a runoff. That is the DNA of the New Patriotic Party. So we will respect the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people. What we will not accept, what Umaru, I tell you, there's no single day I will take is when another man wants to tell me your balls are bigger than mine. I tell you, there's no such
of the party. His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, the national chairman of the party, the chairman of the Council of Elders, Honorable Hakman Owusu Ajimai, accompanying His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia to this all-important event.
And I did this with?
Please clear up the the front. Please clear up the front. Eric, please clear up the front. His Excellency is going to take a wave at the crowd. His Excellency. This is the couple, our president, our first lady in 2025, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and his beautiful wife, Madam Samira Bawumia. Thank you very much. God richly bless you, and God bless the LPP. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Please. His Excellency will take his seat. The General Secretary, the running mates, the National Chairman, our Chief of Staff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you very much. The leader of the party, the leader of our party, our candidate for the 2024 general elections is seated. We are waiting the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Commander-in-Chief, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will join us in a few minutes. Right after that, this event will begin. We are live on all major networks in the country. We are live on all major handles in the country. We are live across the globe. We are live across the earth. Today is the MPP's day. It is a policy weekend, and we welcome you all from wherever you have come from across the 16 regions of our country. Thank you very much. As we await His Excellency, the President of the Republic, all movements in this hall will cease once His Excellency arrives here.
That waiting for to solve this issue for us. Our MP has done this thing. As I'm demonstrating, there's nothing, we've heard nothing about it. So please, you're calling on the authorities.
The thing has become something else.
In an era where hope appears to have been dissipated, even a glimmer of hope becomes the wind that billows with change. In 2016, the Free SHS, Planting for Food and Jobs, and One District, One Factory were the major policies aimed at changing the face of a struggling Ghanaian economy. 2020 Manifesto wants to assess the impact of the major policies and perhaps build on them. In 2024, the hope of every Ghanaian is a change in the current economic situation. The answers certainly will lie in the 2024 Manifesto. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia looks forward to making a political history by breaking the 8. What will be his key policies in pursuit of the agenda ahead of the December 7 polls? His bold solutions will be unveiled at the GSTS in Takoradi on Sunday, August 18, 2024, live on TV and online only on ABC News GH.
So hand me the steer of the vehicle. Let me drive the vehicle. Give me the steer and let me take the vehicle.
Advertise your brand or business on ABC News GH television. Call us on 030-278-8645 or 050-993-0360 to secure your slot.
That waiting for to solve this issue for us. Our MP has done this thing. As I'm demonstrating, there's nothing, we've heard nothing about it. So please, you're calling on the authorities.
The thing has become something else.
In an era where hope appears to have been dissipated, even a glimmer of hope becomes the wind that billows with change. In 2016, the free SHS, planting for food and jobs, and one district, one factory were the major policies aimed at changing the face of a struggling Ghanaian economy. 2020 Manifesto was to assess the impact of the major policies and perhaps build on them. In 2024, the hope of every Ghanaian is a change in the current economic situation. The answers certainly will lie in the 2024 Manifesto. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia looks forward to making a political history by breaking the 8. What will be his key policies in pursuit of the agenda ahead of the December 7 polls? His bold solutions will be unveiled at the GSTS in Takoradi on Sunday, August 18, 2024, live on TV and online only on ABC News GH.
When you look at my campaign slogan, I say it is possible because with God everything is possible. It is. And I believe that as a nation we should not shy away from trying to be the best. We should not be intimidated from trying to be the best. What the white man has achieved, we can also achieve and achieve better. I want to bring in a new policy that will say that Ghana's import duty cannot be higher than that of Togo. We will be lower or the same. So we'll put a ceiling to our import duties to make it the same as Togo or lower than Togo. So in that case, the incentive for people to smuggle will go away and they will rather come through. So those are the two major changes I want to bring in the import duty regime. Flat taxes and realignment with Togo, who are our closest competitor.
Exchanging pleasantries with His Excellency the President of the Republic. Yes, His Excellency exchanging pleasantries with Engineer Kwabna Ajepong. His Excellency exchanging pleasantries with Adenimo and Mr. Kojo Pokun Safwa. Thank you very much, His Excellency the President of the Republic, as he takes time to exchange pleasantries with the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the party, Chairman Wuntumi, yes, Chairman Masawood, in a hearty conversation with the President. That's right, His Excellency the President in the House, Chairman Blay, Madam Kate Jemfua, Honorable Aziz Futa, all in a hearty exchange of pleasantries with His Excellency the President of the Republic. Yes, President and Chairman Sabonsu, President and Chairman of the Western Region in Dedesia, the Chairman of the Council of Elders, Hakman Ouswa Jimai, the President and the leader of the Parliamentary Wing, Afenyo Marking, the General Secretary, the President and the running mates, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe, His Excellency in a hearty conversation with Madam Samira Baumia, the Second Lady and the wife of the leader of the party. His Excellency exchanging pleasantries with Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. And once His Excellency takes his seat, we will take the national anthem, and all media houses, we will take the national anthem before the President takes his seat. Please, the national anthem. Take the national anthem of the New Patriotic Party at this point. She rado rado. She Rado. Thank you very much. Thank you. DJ, thank you very much. We have one to save Ghana. Thank you very much, DJ. At this point, we would hand over to the program director, Mr. Miracles Abuaje, and the Deputy General Secretary of the party, Dr. Tibu Dako. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kawo. Good afternoon, Western Region. Good afternoon, Ghana. Good afternoon to the old, the young, the woman, and the man in every corner of this country. To the Gen Zs, we say good afternoon to all of you. You are very much welcome to the launch of the 2024 Manifesto of the new Patriotic Party. Selfless leadership, bold solutions for jobs and businesses. And this afternoon, you should expect to see yourself in the future that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the new Patriotic Party is seeking to build for us. For the mason, for the carpenter, for the laborer, for the barber and the caterer, the teacher, the lawyer, the doctor, wherever you find yourself, whoever you are, the new Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has a plan for your future. My name is Dennis Miracles Abuaje, and I am the Gen Z president.
Good afternoon. I am Antoinette Ajua Fijina Tibudako. I'm the proud Deputy General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, and I'm also the Deputy Campaign Manager for the 2024 election. And believe me, everyone, it is possible. We are doing it together. We would all recap that 16 years ago in 2008, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was introduced to us and to the whole of Ghana in Takoradi at the MPP Manifesto launch. Fast forward, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today he is the leader of our great party. He is the flag bearer leading the party to victory in the presidential election in 2024. He is a proven leader, undoubtedly. He is a man of many people, a man of destiny, and he is a unifier. I won't make too much noise. This afternoon, we are going to hear it all from him as he speaks to us boldly about the plans he has for Ghana's future. But before him, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us always remember that before him came a strong and amazing president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He is here with us, and also with us is the leadership of our great party. But before we continue with the introduction of our dignitaries, I respectfully ask you, please let's be quiet, put ourselves in a somber mood, and let's have a medley of prayer. We are inviting respective people from all faiths, and they would all pray with us together. So may I now kindly invite a traditionalist, Eja Enekum, the Takoradi Osahini Ketechie III, who would give us a traditional prayer. I would also invite Apostle Dr. Rockefeller Owusu Safo and Reverend Timothy Kumson, and also the regional chief imam, Imam Zuklifu Abdul Wahid, and together they'll give us a medley of prayer. Thank you. So he'll go first. Yes, you wait for him.
Kuku, Kukuru. And the one say, Majama Wadi, Yamasa Sefra, the Banjanaswa. I'm already a coupon too for me. Already a chance your monster. A chance me asked me a question, but you should be said, Mamma. Already, Sherman. As also for song. As also for Sunny. As also for son. Asked me to say this in Sunday. MPP, Abbey. Yayabi, Yaya. In Sansani. I feel Yaya. And so, out there, we should start your man when people know. And then Kay, and say, MPP, I have Yako, in Sansani. None of Fado, and then colorful. Ewadi, until she won't walk more. Who is very better, in Sunny. As I say, your monster, your money passer. I saw Medina, I saw Medina, and pets me like a hey, Prophet Morfuna. I go for the work for Tamala, and no quite be, work for Tamala, and work for, and I'm quite insanely. I want to see a more than passing. But I say, Toby, Cuckoo.
صلوا على النبي الكريم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمينا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تواخذنا إن نسينا وأطعنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Please, we are praying. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. Father, we give you all the glory for this special occasion today. Father, we thank you for the life of our President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa, and his Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, now our party's flag bearer, who is going to be elected as coming president on the 7th December 2024. We also pray for his coming vice president, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe. Heavenly Father, we thank that this occasion will be an enormous occasion that will bring all the party members together, because together we stand, division we fall. Unity is our strength for this occasion. Father, we pray that whatever we are going to do here today will bring glory to you and the people here. We thank you that everything will come into mighty conclusion, so that at the end we will say, God, we bless your holy name. We pray for the traveling mercy for each and every one. If we finish this program, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much to our religious leaders. Kukrudu! We'll quickly move to acknowledge all of us here, and we are not going to leave anybody out. We have thousands of people out there, part of the program as much as those those of us here in the auditorium are enjoying it. And so let me acknowledge the presence of all polling station executives of the New Patriotic Party. Are you here? Let me hear you. Are you here? All the polling station executives. That's right. All constituency executives. Are you here?
Thank you very much. We would always remember him for free maternal health care, for introducing the national health insurance, and for many other social interventions, especially the livelihood empowerment against poverty program that has made more poor people inclusive in Ghana's development. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the MPP inherited a Ghana in dire stress, needing intensive care in 2017. However, the party rallied together, just as we did during His Excellency, the former President John Ejekum Kufuor's era, and we turned things around. Between 2017 and 2019, there was evidence of growth, and the economy we held together grew by 7%. We created jobs, we introduced free SHS, and we did a lot of positive things for our people. The digitization drive especially was in full swing. We acknowledge the difficulties that we've had to go through in recent times. But once again, we have seen and recognized the resilience of Ghanaians, and by the grace of God, who makes all things possible, we will turn things around again. We have started, and we have a firm belief that the strong legacies we have built will be the foundation for this. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all party faithful here, please stay with us as we share with you excerpts of the strong legacies that will be building Ghana's future on. Thank you.
2017, the NPP inherited a fragmented digital infrastructure that limited public service efficiency. Since then, we've revolutionized how services are delivered with the Ghana card and mobile money interoperability, enhancing speed and accessibility. Our efforts have greatly improved government interactions, making life easier for every Ghanaian. However, our vision doesn't stop here. We aim to further expand and modernize Ghana's digital landscape. The journey towards a fully integrated digital society continues. Stand with us. Vote for innovation. Vote for Baumia. Baumia means business. In 2000,
MP Ofoasi Ayurebi.
Ghana Mampeni Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Nyankopon ya adoma 2025 Mampeni Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ne Nabedietri, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. MPP mpanimfo nyina michiamu nyina wa Awurade Yesu Kristo din mu. Medin di Kwadwo Opon Kroma mifi Ofoasi Ayurebi constituency. Na Modaroma menkomo no edu baabi a mepoto kakra. Ghana fo nipa dodo na yenya banjuma yenye broni adwuma yeye adwadifo yeye ekuafo yeye nsano dwuma eno nti sa ban bi ba na so pese oboa Ghana fo dodo a na o so oboa adwadifo ekuafo wonuma yeye nsano dwuma e wo so fa kwan hodo so a senia omadwuma ebia nkrata asem enka ho no obeboa ma omadwuma afa abefo kwantempon so. That is why the Akufo-Addo administration, with the strong support of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, adopted digitization. The Ghanaian economy, as you know, is hugely informal. And any economist worth his salt knows that there's a need to formalize the Ghanaian economy, to formalize it through digitization. When President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia first mentioned digitization, as usual, the naysayers did not believe them. They didn't understand the vision. They mocked and they joked and they called them names. But today, digitization is bearing fruit for many Ghanaians. Digitization, ladies and gentlemen, is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. Digitization is designed to ensure that people can access government services faster and with more efficiency. It is designed to ensure that people's jobs and businesses can be enhanced. And that is why from 2017, a number of interventions were introduced. First, overhauling the Ghana National Card and National ID system. Second, introducing a robust mobile interoperability system. Third, ensuring that every address in Ghana had a digital ID system. Additionally, drones were introduced to ensure that essential medical supplies could move to various parts of the country. And it was also a delight of His Excellency the Vice President to ensure that several government services can be applied for online. What has been the outcome? Today, there has been a boost in e-commerce and deliveries, creating jobs for thousands of Ghanaians. Today, there has been an increase in access to credit because it is easier for credit agencies and lenders to identify people and to identify where they live. Today, there's higher efficiency in government services because you can sit at home and apply for various government services. You can renew your national health insurance card, you can apply for passports, you can participate in tax and pension services. Today, the Ghana card has reduced the number of ghost names on our payroll and in return, saved the Republic millions of Ghana cedis. And by linking the Ghana card to the eSIM registration, identity fraud and mobile money fraud has been reduced. Thousands of lives have also been saved because of the drugs, the blood, and the essential services that have been delivered by drone. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia have laid a firm foundation for digitization. And now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will build upon this digitization foundation moving forward. Ghana's economy requires the next level of formalization. And you can be sure, I said you can be sure that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will take us there. We require selfless leadership, bold solutions, and innovative ideas for the future. Digitization is just one of them. And Dr. Bawumia and Dr. Prempeh will deliver when you give them your vote to move Ghana to the next level. I thank you for your attention.
Access to quality healthcare is a fundamental right, and under the NPP, we've made significant strides to ensure this for every Ghanaian through key initiatives like Agenda 111, which has built new medical facilities across the nation, and the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute with greatly enhanced healthcare infrastructure and capabilities. We've empowered healthcare workers with better training and tools, leading to a noticeable decrease in mortality rates and improved immunization coverage. But our work isn't done. We're committed to further advancing our healthcare systems to ensure even broader access and higher quality of care. Join us as we continue to invest in a healthier future for all. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Yamena, my name is Dr. Ikea Mwako, and I hail from Japa in the Upper West region. One of the most crucial pillars of our nation's progress is our healthcare system. Healthcare is not just a service, it is the very foundation upon which the well-being of our citizens is built. A healthy population is essential for a thriving nation, and over the past years, we have made significant strides to ensure that every Ghanaian, regardless of their location, has access to quality healthcare. First, let's talk about infrastructure. We have embarked on an ambitious journey to expand our healthcare facilities, making healthcare more accessible to more Ghanaians now than ever before. In the past 8 years, we have completed over 47 hospitals, clinics, and healthcare projects. We have renovated and completed 428 CHIPS compounds and 230 health centers. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the gaps we had in our local infrastructure system, And that led His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to embark on the most audacious health infrastructure investments ever done in this country. Through the Agenda 111 project, we are constructing 111 hospitals across the country, including districts, regional, as well as psychiatric facilities, which have been overlooked over the past. These investments are ensuring that no community is left behind. We are bringing healthcare right to the doorstep of the citizens. But infrastructure alone is not enough. We understand that timely medical interventions can mean the difference between life and death, especially in our remote areas. That's why we introduced the world's largest medical drone delivery system, Zipline, which is simply a game changer. Do we all remember when snake bites were killing our people in rural areas? Do we all remember when our mothers during childbirth were dying because essential blood products could not be delivered on time? These are the preventable deaths that the Zipline initiative is here to quell. With over 2,600 health facilities onboarded, we are delivering essential medical supplies, including blood products and vaccines, to the most remote areas of our nation. This innovation is saving lives daily and ensuring that healthcare is truly universal in Ghana. Our commitment to improving healthcare goes beyond physical infrastructure and innovative delivery systems. We have also expanded the National Health Insurance Scheme, the NHIA, increasing active membership from 10.8 million in 2018 to over 17 million in 2023. This expansion, coupled with the inclusion of critical treatments like dialysis, childhood cancers, and hydroxyurea for our sickle cell patients, means that more Ghanaians are receiving the care they need without the fear of financial ruin. Now, let's think about this. Imagine a country like Ghana with barely 50 semi-functioning ambulances serving 30 million citizens. A country with an ambulance ratio of 1:524,000. Well, that was our reality and not just an imagination. But guess what? The Akufo-Addo Bawumia government changed that narrative. Today, we have added a whopping 307 ambulances to our emergency healthcare system. Today, every constituency has at least one ambulance. With the mindset of possibilities, we have changed the narrative in emergency healthcare and attained a ratio of 1:84,000. Now, that is progress. This initiative is a testament to our belief that healthcare should be swift, efficient, and accessible to all. Alongside this, we have digitized our healthcare records, making patient information easily transferable between facilities, which enhances the speed and accuracy of medical interventions. Our achievements in healthcare reflect our unwavering commitment to the welfare of every Ghanaian. From building state-of-the-art facilities to pioneering drone deliveries and expanding insurance coverage, we are transforming our healthcare system to meet the needs of our people. We are not just improving healthcare, we're ensuring that every Ghanaian can live a healthier, longer, and more prosperous life. Now, let us give the flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, our rapt attention as he unveils the next chapter of bold solutions for the transformative growth of our nation's health sector. Thank you.
In 2017, the MPP inherited an unemployed graduate association. The MPP has focused on creating jobs, and more jobs through industrialization policies that stimulate growth and innovation. The 1D1F project has created over 500,000 jobs and support for local businesses
from the investments is not just that the individual is better off today, but we are better off as a country in terms of minimizing our public deficits, our public infrastructure deficit. That should be flattering, but we are not satisfied. We want to do more. Indeed, we must do much more. The Ghanaian people demand and deserve that we do more. And yes, we can do more. It is. As a new patriotic party, we must accommodate changing times, but cling to principles that never change. Under a Bawumia presidency, the government will work more with the private sector to build and maintain public infrastructure, including roads, airports, etc. As Dr. Bawumia puts it, to lead is to solve. Now more than ever, Ghana needs bold solutions to its challenges. As Ghana stands at the threshold of a new era, we must recognize that the leadership we need for the future is about vision, innovation, and the ability to adapt to emerging challenges. As a Vice President, Dr. Bawumia embodies the perfect blend of continuity and transformation. With his youthful energy, digital savviness, and proven track record of driving progress, he is uniquely positioned to take the baton from the current generation of leaders and steer our nation towards a brighter future. Let us choose the right leader for a brighter tomorrow. We are voting Dr. Bawumia and the MPP for a future of hope, growth, and prosperity. Thank you.
Over the past 8 years, the NPP has significantly improved support for our most vulnerable citizens. From expanding school meal programs, enrolling 300,000 more people in the LEAP initiative, enhancing healthcare for expectant mothers, we've strengthened the fabric of our society. But our work isn't done. We are committed to further enhancing these programs and introducing new initiatives to ensure that every Ghanaian has the opportunity to thrive. Vote for progress. Vote for care. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Oboshisai Kofi.
Obviously,
ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon.
Oboshisai Kofi. But who cares? Mado Lena Miapete. Miajilao, Miajipolao, Blameketoji Pete Milekoko. My name is Elizabeth Akua Ohini. I come from Abutia in the Volta region. And this is about leaving no one behind. The new Patriotic Party has a proud record of identifying the vulnerable sections of society and putting up safety nets to ensure no one falls through the cracks. For example, we restored the teacher and nurse training allowances that had been cancelled and made it possible for future educators and healthcare workers to pursue their dreams without financial hindrance. Our elders say that everyone goes through the experience of being young. What is not guaranteed is whether or not everyone will grow old like I have, nor what your old age will be like. We recognize that under the best of circumstances, some people will fall through the cracks, and therefore there must be safety nets. The MPP under President J. Akufo introduced the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty policy. This government under Nana Akufo-Addo has extended that LEAP program, increasing expenditure from 49 million Ghana cedis in 2016 to 423 million Ghana cedis by 2023. This significant increase has provided vital support to the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. Women are the backbone of Ghanaian society. They represent the foundation of both home and the nation. But we also acknowledge the stumbling blocks that history and tradition have placed in the path of women as they move through the structures of modern life. It is no surprise, therefore, that it is during our tenure that the Affirmative Action Bill has finally been passed into law. The health of the people is critical if we are to make progress, and having introduced the National Health Insurance Scheme under President Kufuor, this government has expanded it to now cover childhood cancers, sickle cell treatment, and kidney dialysis. Our investment in healthcare infrastructure is without parallel and has brought quality healthcare closer to the people. And please permit me to make a gentle reminder that we introduced the world's largest medical drone service, which ensures that even the most remote communities have access to life-saving medical supplies. We know that education is the key to ensuring equal opportunities, and we have therefore led the way in bringing transformative changes to the sector. Let me mention one minor little detail. We have provided over 900,000 tablets to secondary school students, ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to digital learning tools. But our work is far from done. We must continue to identify the cracks and introduce and enhance social intervention programs that address the evolving needs of our society. We are committed to expanding such initiatives to ensure that every Ghanaian has access to the basic necessities of life in housing, education, healthcare, and more. The MPP government has a strong and unwavering commitment to inclusivity, equity, and justice. We have worked tirelessly during these 2 terms to accomplish these goals through targeted and bold social interventions. By enhancing existing programs, by restoring those that have been lost, and introducing new initiatives, we are building a society where every citizen, regardless of their circumstances, can live with dignity and hope. We ask for your support to continue to forge a path towards a more just and compassionate Ghana, where the vulnerable are not just supported, but empowered to thrive and lead dignified lives. Please remember, you are safe with the NPP. I thank you.
Education is the cornerstone of our future, but the MPP inherited a Ghana where a lot of young Ghanaians were dropping out of school at the JSS level. Over the last 8 years, the MPP has prioritized making education accessible to every child. We've implemented free education, benefiting over 1.8 million Ghanaians, introduced TVET and a robust STEM education, improved education infrastructure, and introduced digital tools that enhance the learning experiences. We are building a brighter future through education. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dennis Labi Ampofo.
Ebusiafo mi mamu nyina majo. Mi pamocho mi mamu nyina majo. Your Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency the Vice President and leader of our party, candidate for the election 2024. My name is Dennis Apia Labi Ampofo. I am former president of the National Union of Ghana Students. Today we stand at a pivotal moment, driven by our unwavering commitment to expanding access to education in Ghana. Over the last 5 years, we have embarked on a remarkable journey of implementing initiatives that have reshaped our educational landscape and broadened opportunities for every Ghanaian child. Our government flagship program, Free Senior High School and Free TVET, are a testament to our dedication to education. Since 2017, we have increased enrollment by about 83%, thereby welcoming over 1.4 million young Ghanaians into our secondary schools this year. This enrollment surge reflects not only investment in infrastructure and resources, but the fact that we believe every young Ghanaian deserves access to quality education, regardless of their background. The emphasis here is regardless of their background. The results speak for themselves. The highest ever first-year enrollment in our schools and the best WASI performance since 2015. The lawyers amongst us who say, Reps ipsa lekotor. However, our commitment goes beyond numbers. We have absorbed examination fee for BEC and WASI candidates, thereby alleviating the financial burden that falls on family and become a financial constraint to many students. Those of us who attended public schools will attest to how many young Ghanaians drop out of writing their final exams because of examination fees. Additionally, by removing the no guarantor system, we have doubled the number of recipients for student loan in Ghana, thereby empowering many young Ghanaians to pursue higher education. Your Excellency the President, this is not a tale that I read or heard. This I saw with my own two eyes, standing right beside the Vice President in Kumasi whilst he launched the no guarantor policy. We recognize that education is not just about access. It is about creating an environment where students can thrive. That is why we have procured over 900,000 tablets for young Ghanaian students, bridging the digital divide and ensuring that students have the tools that they need to succeed. What this means is that the young girl from Manso Akwesiso does not need her parents to borrow money before she can have access to personal computers. We have distributed over 2,700 vehicles to educational institutions, improving access and reducing inequality in our country. I'm sure we've all seen the various buses, the big ones, with the inscription donated by Get Fund. Our commitment to education forms part of a very broad vision that includes constructing more and more public libraries than any government since 1992. We have moved our public libraries from 61 since 2017 to 115 in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a staggering 54 public libraries in just 7 years. These are various measures that create spaces where students can grow and innovate. In transforming education, we are building a foundation for a brighter future. A future where every Ghanaian child has an opportunity to their full potential. This is our vision, and this remains our mission. A mission anchored on a legacy of creating a better future for generations. This generation and the next to come will attest to the fact that there came a government led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and His Excellency Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia that believed, invested, and committed to education. Thank you very much. Medamu nyina amase.
NPP has elevated Ghana's cultural heritage, making it a key economic driver. Initiatives like Year of Return and Beyond the Return have boosted tourism to almost 1.14 million visitors, We have enhanced a global profile and revitalized the local tourism economy with December in GH. We've also upgraded tourism centers and promoted local talent in arts and sports, strengthening community and national pride. Let's continue this momentum. Vote MPP, vote Bawumia for a future where culture drives growth and unity. Bawumia means business.
Let's make welcome Prince David Osei.
Thank you. His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the Vice President and incoming President in 2025, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, his beautiful wife, the Second Lady, and the soon-to-be First Lady, Mrs. Bawumia, Samira Bawumia, our affable Vice President in the making, in the coming, Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Chief of Staff, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of state, the chairman of the MPP party, I will indulge you to make me stand on all existing protocols. My name is Prince David Osei, and 7th November, no retreat, no surrender. We are voting for change, we are voting for progress, we are voting for digitization, we are voting for posterity. In 2019, Ghana successfully hosted the Year of Return, which was dubbed Ghana 2019, a year-long program of activities commemorating the centenary anniversary of the arrival of the recorded slave Africans in the United States. For those of us who did not understand what I meant by centenary, I meant 400 years of anniversary. The initiative was a massive success, and it opened the world's eye to Ghana as a hub of music, art, and entertainment. Eco-tourism and shone light on the rich ancestry and Ghana's role in the world history. It also contributed to the return of people with Ghana ancestry. People purchased lands and houses as they came back to Ghana, their motherland. 2019 has been, since 2019, there has been a huge number of people visiting Ghana, going beyond the return, and with a lot of tourists and returners continuing to flow in Ghana, contributing to the national economy, encouraging investors in both large and small scale, and strengthening Ghana's reputation abroad. The Akufo-Addo government has invested heavily in the renovation of sports stadiums across the country, including the Accra Sports Stadium, Baba Yara Sports Stadium, the Cape Coast Sports Stadium. In addition to this, the government has built sports stadiums in 10 regional capitals of our country. 6 of these stadiums, namely Wa in the Upper West, Dunkwa in the Office Central, Axim in Western, Domahinkro in Bono, Ho in the Volta, and Koforidia in the Eastern region. They are all ready, with the Koforidia Sports Stadium having been commissioned by His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The remaining 4 are expected to be completed this year. I think a round of applause will do. Thank you. With only 3...
Agriculture and fisheries are crucial to our economy. The MPP has
various communities across the country. The government recognizes the value of sports in Ghana society and the role it plays in the lives of Ghanaian youth. As an instrument for a healthy lifestyle and a teacher of sound values such as cooperation, fair play, endurance, and moral courage. During the MPP administration, Ghana has been firmly established as a center for the arts, music, culture, and tourism. The MPP has the bold solutions to project Ghana positively and make most of its potential. A vote for MPP is a vote for posterity. I know times are hard. It's global. UK is just recovering from recession. America is tough. Canada is tough. Our neighboring countries, Nigeria, is equally tough. So to you watching me out there, the alternative is not a solution. The alternative will send us into an abyss of disaster. Vote for progress. Vote Bawumia. Vote Matthew Opoku Prempeh as the incoming president. Now let me take you to a memory lane. We enjoyed free lights. We enjoyed free water during the COVID pandemic era. SMEs, money was given to people, small-scale businesses. This is the kind of leadership we had and we are having. Bawumia taking over the baton is progress. I don't want you to be deceived out there. There is nothing the alternative can offer. Vote for digitization. Now you can go anywhere in Ghana because of the property address, the digital property address. You can use your Ghana card. Previously, if you wanted to get a passport, you had to write an essay. Vote for change, vote for Bawumia, vote for progress. Love you.
Fisheries are crucial to our economy. The NPP has enhanced these sectors with targeted initiatives with the Planting for Food and Jobs campaign, modernizing irrigation for drought-prone areas and subsidizing equipment for fishers. We've promoted sustainable practices that not only boost productivity but also ensure long-term food security. As we look to the future, we remain committed to expanding these programs, introducing advanced technologies and increasing market access to empower our farmers and fishers even further. Our journey continues to fully harness the potential of our natural resources. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Aguila.
Jamaa sanunku daini. Yazanyore. Good evening, Ghana. My name is Tabitha Periene Ayela, and I'll be reading on agriculture and fisheries. Agriculture remains the backbone of our country's economy, nurturing a system that supports the population with diverse, nutritious foods and resilient crops. It is one of the keys in the industrialization of the economy, as well as an avenue for jobs and wealth creation. The NPP have a proven track record with regard to agriculture. Initiatives such as Planting for Food and Jobs, Rearing for Food and Jobs, Agriculture for Food and Jobs, One Village, One Dam, One District, One Warehouse, Planting for Export and Rural Development, digitization of the cocoa sector, pharmacists' pension schemes, the construction of fish and landing sites and harbors, which has added to the overall increase in agricultural growth rate at 2.7% in 2016 to 4.5% in 2023, and instilled vibrancy in the sector. The NPP government has made strides in the cocoa sector through a range of interventions, including introducing a living income differential of $40 per ton, digitization of the cocoa sector in the cocoa management system, the National Cocoa Farmers Pension Scheme, and the National Traceability System. Under our tenure, the crop sector has seen great progress. We have addressed the challenges of low levels of mechanization and low productivity of key crops, such as soya bean, maize, and rice. inadequate availability of certified seeds, and the weak extension services through various initiatives. We have supplied tractors and accessories, power tillers, harvesters, planters, and boom sprayers to farmers at subsidized prices. Targeted specific crops such as maize and soybean to increase productivity to meet domestic and export demands. We have also recruited officers to improve the agricultural extension service provision. Under the NPP government, fisheries and aquaculture has improved and expanded through programs such as agriculture for food and jobs, the construction of harbors and landing sites, and the rehabilitation of hatcheries and aquaculture demonstration centers. Under the NPP, fish production has increased from approximately 435,098 metric tons in 2016 to 657,472 metric tons in 2022. The value of fish imports has almost halved from a 146 million US dollars to 74 million US dollars in the same period. We are a farmer and fisher-centered party. We understand the needs of the farmers and fisher folks and the needs of the customers. We can be trusted to build on the successes and the progress of agriculture and fisheries. We are willing to take bold steps and to provide bold solutions for agriculture and fisheries. Thank you very much.
Under the NPP, Ghana's economy has grown significantly, even amid global challenges. We've launched successful job creation programs, attracted investment, and upgraded our infrastructure. Initiatives like the 1D1F, One District, One Factory, digitalization of public services, and enhancement in transport systems have driven this growth. Despite the shifting global economic landscape and internal pressures, our commitment is unwavering. We are determined to further strengthen our economy, making it more robust and inclusive for every Ghanaian. The journey to a prosperous future continues with your support. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, let's make welcome the Honorable Ejapa Mesa.
Memabe ahao mewina aha mejas wanjem ahenwa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President. The new patriotic party inherited a broken economy and a country in crisis, and from day one went to work to rebuild and restore Ghana. The Akufo-Addo government did not request a honeymoon. Between 2017 and 2020, Ghana saw strong, consistent growth in the economy until COVID-19, a global pandemic, happened in 2020 and brought the whole world economy to its knees. The pandemic, which ravaged many lives across the world, required a decisive yet empathetic leadership to manage. President Akufo-Addo rose to the occasion and engaged the Ghanaian people in his famous fellow Ghanaians addresses, and aptly stated on one occasion that while he, quote, knows how to bring the economy back to life, he does not know how to bring people back to life. His government's priority from the very outset and through the duration of the pandemic was to save Ghanaian lives and prevent the spread of the disease. The president received global acknowledgement and praise for his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. As soon as it was safe to do so, he once again turned his attention to rebuilding the economy, to restore and repair the damage caused by the global financial crisis and the supply chain disruptions that were the direct consequence of the pandemic. The economic restoration efforts were significantly impacted by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Despite the pandemic and despite the massive impact the war in Ukraine had on the world economy in general and Africa in particular, the NPP administration has managed to rebuild the Ghanaian economy and bring about sustainable change to the nation. This has been achieved through bold, decisive, and some very difficult but necessary decisions. Over the past 7 years, this government has inter alia restored macroeconomic stability, brought inflation down, growth up, interest rates down, and the exchange rate depreciation under control. It has ensured domestic production and supply of personal protective equipment for our health workers, reduced import duties by 50%, protected the deposits of over 4 million Ghanaians by saving the banking system from collapse. A leader is not lauded for the disasters that were avoided, but the Akufo-Addo-led administration has successfully managed some of the most challenging times in living memory. And while there is no reward for a crisis avoided, we can be sure that had this administration not been in place, our country would be much worse off today. The NPP knows how to steer the country through challenging times and rebound the economy. Ghana's economy is safe in our hands. A vote for Bawumia is a vote for bold solutions for Ghana's economy and the only way to ensure prosperity and growth for our dear country, Ghana. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
NPP has embarked on several community-based programs to protect our environment. The NPP initiated a large-scale tree planting campaign dubbed Green Ghana to combat deforestation and restore green spaces across the country. Schools, communities, and individuals participated in planting trees to combat deforestation and promote green spaces. Over 70 million trees have been planted under this initiative. Safety in our communities is a priority. We've strengthened security measures to protect our borders and citizens. The security forces have been retooled with equipment, and the police have benefited from investment in housing. We are committed to a safe, prosperous future for generations to come. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Let's make welcome the Honorable Samuel Abujidapo.
Gonja landa lama Kagbanya lama Mpe biara metro be kega Kabre Jebotibo party Kiyile na Anse Savannah region Anse Ghana bikike Anye betro be kega Mr. President, incoming President, incoming First Lady, incoming Vice President, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your outstanding leadership. This 2024 MPP Manifesto evidently is an action plan to build on the enviable record of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to create hundreds, thousands, and millions of jobs for the Ghanaian youth and bring the much needed development to our people. Let me very briefly highlight some of the remarkable achievements which, God willing, the incoming President of the Republic, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, will leverage to unleash prosperity for the Ghanaian people. Firstly, by dint of hard work and innovative policies, we have overtaken South Africa as the leading producer of gold on the continent and the sixth in the world. We have revamped the dormant Bibiani and Obuasi mines, and exports received from gold alone in the first half of this year has crossed $5 billion United States dollars. Our policies have attracted new investments into the country, with 3 new gold mines under construction by Newmont in the Hafo region, Kaduna Namdini in the Upper East region, and Azuma Resources in the Upper West region, which will consolidate our position as the leading producer of gold in Africa. Even more important for us is that these investments have created scores of jobs for the youth, and more high-paying jobs will become available when these mines start operation. and with our value addition, local content and local policy, including the construction of refineries, mandatory listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and the reservation of jobs and the provision of some 50 goods and services for the Ghanaian private sector, the people of Ghana are benefiting directly from this new, enhanced, indigenous mining industry. Through our enhanced regulation of the small-scale mining sector and the ramping up of community mining schemes, even while we acknowledge that we still have a long way to go, this sector is largely, without a shred of doubt, more sanitized than we met it in 2016. And the reduction of withholding tax on unprocessed gold in this sector from 3% to 1.5% has led to over 6,000% increment in gold exports from the small-scale mining sector alone. Through the domestic gold purchase program, Ghana's gold reserves have increased from 8 tons since independence to 17 tons in just 5 years. And the Gold for Oil program has contributed to stabilizing the prices of petrol at the pump. President Bawumia, with this manifesto, will establish the Novel Minerals Development Bank. It will be jobs, jobs, jobs for the Ghanaian people. Large and small-scale mining will flourish, thereby creating jobs for the teeming youth of our country. Secondly, through our policies in the forestry sector, Ghana has become a global leader in forest management and nature-based climate action. Green Ghana alone has resulted in the planting of 52 million trees in just 4 years. Between 2017 and 2023 alone, some 721,000 hectares of forest have been cultivated, 5 times more than the 157,300 hectares cultivated in the whopping 53 years between 1963 and 2016. We are protecting our environment indeed. And we are digitizing the records of the Lands Commission to ensure effective and efficient land service delivery. And thirdly, we have kept a well-equipped armed forces and secured our borders for the past 8 years. The Akufo-Addo government has settled $13 million United States dollars arrears owed to peacekeeping personnel and increased their allowances from $30 to $35 United States dollars per soldier per day. Phase 1 and 2 of the Barras Regenerative Project, the transformation agenda of the military housing project for the Ghana Armed Forces, the 583 housing units constructed to support the accommodation needs of security services personnel of our country, the 933 vehicles, the 4,202 motorbikes, and the 3 helicopters provided to the Ghana Police Service, aside increasing the number of personnel by almost 40%, are just a few of the interventions made to secure our safety and security through our gallant men and women in uniform. In these 2024 elections, we, the youth, have a clear choice to make, like never before in past elections. A choice between 8 years of tangible and impactful achievement against 8 years of broken promises, doomsday, and an era of unemployment association of Ghana. A choice between this well-thought-through 2024 MPP manifesto, fashioned to expand opportunities for Ghana's private sector and create jobs for the young people of our country, and one which has been tried, tested, and failed woefully. Total failure it was. And above all, a choice between a smart, hard-working, youthful, and problem-solving leader of enormous personal integrity who will work for you day and night, and those who have been tried, failed, and are desperately attempting to recycle themselves. Never again. Let us therefore, young men and women, from Laura to Sekendi, from Hohoi to Asantimampong, from Saboba to Kintampo, and of course, from my beloved constituency of Damango, rally behind Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh and the new Patriotic Party, a game changer for the youth of Ghana. And so, my friends, fellow young Ghanaians, in all humility and modesty, I say to you today that this 2024 MPP Manifesto will be strictly and sacredly implemented to the fullest by our outstanding and visionary leader, and by the grace of Almighty God, the next president of our republic, the man with bold solutions for the future, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. A vote for DMB, a vote for DMB, and NAPO is a vote for the youth. A vote for DMB and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is a vote for jobs. A vote for DMB and a vote for NAPO is a vote for bold solutions for the future. Fellow patriots, I am the 10th speaker and the final speaker, and therefore, on this auspicious note, let me introduce to you the spectacular legacy of the outstanding president of our country, the president of the movement, the president who has built Ghana to this point, the president of compassion, the president, the fatherly president, and the president of our country, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And it is my honor, to introduce to you the legacy documentary titled, and I quote, "A Strong Legacy to Build On," end quote. Enjoy it. We are moving forward. We are firing forward. We are moving from north to east to west to south, and the new Patriotic Party is marching on to victory to make Bawumia the next president of this republic of ours. Thank you.
From the bustling cities to the serene rural landscapes, the strategic investments by the MPP government have touched every corner of Ghana. Since January 2017, under the visionary leadership of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Ghana has embarked on a transformative journey guided by a commitment to progress, people development, and prosperity. Join us as we delve into the story of this remarkable journey. Education is the foundation of any thriving society, and the new Patriotic Party, the NPP government, recognizes that the future of Ghana rests in the hands of its youth. Since 2017, the government has undertaken bold and visionary steps to reshape the educational landscape of our nation, ensuring that every child, regardless of background, has the opportunity to succeed. The Free Senior High School SHS policy stands as a testament to this commitment. The establishment of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM schools across the country is preparing our youth for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. Technical and vocational skills training TVET centers have been revitalized, ensuring that those with talent in technical fields have the tools they need to excel. Over 2,400 students are currently enrolled in STEM programs. Healthcare and infrastructure are the lifelines of any nation. This groundbreaking initiative aims to construct 111 new hospitals across the country. The government's investment in over 300 ambulances distributed nationwide has revolutionized emergency healthcare. Under the NPP government, road construction and rehabilitation have reached unprecedented levels. Major highways, bridges, and feeder roads are being upgraded and expanded, ensuring that every corner of Ghana is connected. Railways are experiencing a revival, with significant investment aimed at restoring and expanding the rail network. Airports, too, have seen significant upgrades, positioning Ghana as a key hub in West Africa. The Planting for Food and Jobs initiative has been at the forefront of this agricultural revolution. The groundbreaking program has provided farmers across the nation with access to high-quality seeds, fertilizers, and modern farming techniques. The impact is clear. Over 1.9 million farmers have directly benefited from the Planting for Food and Jobs initiatives, leading to a 45% reduction in rice imports as local production continues to grow. The government has invested heavily in expanding and retooling our security agencies, ensuring that they are well equipped to protect our nation from both internal and external threats. Through innovative policies and bold solutions, the government is ensuring that our natural resources are protected. The transition to renewable energy is a key pillar of this vision. Ghana is on track to achieve a 10% renewable energy mix by 2030. Social interventions are the cornerstone of an inclusive society, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of their circumstances. At the heart of these efforts, in the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty (LEAP) program, a flagship social protection initiative that has been a beacon of support for many low-income families. Since its expansion under the NPP government, LEAP has reached over 330,000 households. The school feeding program is another critical intervention that has transformed the lives of children across Ghana by providing nutritious meals to over 3 million students in more than 9,000 schools. Affordable housing is another area where the NPP government has made significant strides, providing affordable, quality housing for low and middle-income families. As we look into Ghana's next chapter, the NPP government remains dedicated to expanding and enhancing these programs. Together, we are building a Ghana that is not just prosperous, but fair, inclusive, and caring.
There you have it. A manifesto developed with love, which is gearing to build on the legacy of a government that has passionately led the development of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long listening period, but it tells you there are a lot more to talk about as a government. At this juncture, we should all take note that the manifesto that is about to be unveiled is one that has been done based on wide consultations, talking to the Ghanaian people from across this country, from the north to the south, to the west and the east. The women along the shores and the coast of this country, our farmers in the cocoa farming area, our brothers and sisters in the mining area, our uncles and fathers in the business area inside of Osiokai, our lawyers and doctors have all been engaged. And this is a manifesto that is going to lead us into the next phase of Ghana's development. Let's listen to the chairman of the Manifesto Committee.
The NPP manifesto being unveiled today has gone through a meticulous process of engagement stirred by Dr. Bahumia's commitment to uphold the core values of the party. At the helm was the Manifesto Committee, whose chairman ensured that every discussion was infused with a blend of the party's ideology and the unique persona of the presidential candidate. Across the length and breadth of the country, different groups were engaged. Their inputs providing a careful balance that lays bare the foundation of a document that reflects a shared vision, but also resonates with the aspirations of the people. Dr. Baumia himself sat in for his vision to be put to strict test and scrutiny. The chairman is thankful to all the various committees. This manifesto reflects the needs and aspirations of Ghanaians and is fueled by the vision and dynamism of Dr. Bawumia.
The manifesto is the social contract of the party, but in particular, the presidential candidate of the party with the generality of the citizenry. The person who is leading the party, and of course you know that the party has its own ideology, private sector enterprise-led or free market enterprise party. He, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is an established economist. He represents a microcosm of the Ghanaian society. He belongs to the academia as well. For 16 years, he has been into politics. And together with his boss, they've traversed the length and breadth of this country. There's no place that he hasn't visited. And in that enterprise, he's met a cross-section of Ghanaians. So even though his own ideas have been shaped by his upbringing, his training, professional training, and his politics, he knows that he's not the repository of wisdom and knowledge. So when he became the flag bearer, he set out to engage a cross-section of the Ghanaian society. He had put together a team to help him craft his manifesto. But walking around, engaging the citizens, he was with us. Wherever he went, he presented his own vision, and then asked the people that he had met, professionals, market women, artisans, farmers, policemen, lawyers, engineers, and so on. He met all of them. And then when he had spoken to them, he also asked them to speak to him. We listened and took out salient matters that they brought out to fertilize his own vision. And it is the combination of this that we have put together so that his own vision then will respond to the concerns, the needs of the Ghanaian society. That is what we have done. That is what the Manifesto Committee has done. I must express my gratitude to my compatriots in the Manifesto Committee, my Vice Chairman, the Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, the Secretariat staff led by Yvonne Hughes, and the various committees that we had to deal with, representing the various sectors, energy, education, health, infrastructure, all of them. And I would say that together we fashioned a document that the people of this country will be proud of. And on behalf of the committee, let me also express our profound gratitude to the Vice President, His Excellency, the presidential candidate of the party, for the opportunity that he's given to us to assist him in crystallizing his own vision. We thank him so much, and we believe that Ghanaians will not be disappointed, and that when he's voted for, Ghanaians will be well pleased in his vision.
Please, let's be outstanding and acknowledge the chairman of the Manifesto Committee for the good work they have done. For the good work they have done, the effort, the energy they put together in putting this manifesto. We thank them for the hard work they've done. And this
We are going to soak in a lot of messages, a lot of information, and a lot of data. But we are getting right there to that point. At this juncture, please stay with us and follow this very short video as we usher in a very, very important personality. The video, please.
In the heart of Ghana, where
the running mates of the New Patriotic Party, let's put our hands together for the incoming Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, aka Napo, the People's Man.
Hotel. We sat down to talk, obviously woken from sleep. And he said some profound things to me that evening. He said, Napo, Matthew Prempeh, this party, you are the next generation. I'm going to give you some advice, pieces of advice this evening. And I hope you can stick to it. What were the advice or the pieces of advice? He said, my whole aim is to make sure when we get into government, we succeed ourselves. And I can only leave the party to one of three people. He proceeded to mention who he felt comfortable in 2011 to leave the party when he exits office. He's our second presidential candidate who is offering 8 years of competent leadership. 8 years of delivery. I can say, without any converting, that 2 of the 3 are representing and coming after him. That is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and my good self, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Leadership is born and made. His Excellency Ronaldo Danko Akufo-Addo, who himself was the man of the moment in 2007, and who himself we have listened to his crowning achievements, today is about leaving us, but it is ensuring that we succeed ourselves in breaking the 8 with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Since my nomination as the Vice Presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, I've spent a considerable time in Western region. I believe, apart from our mother regions, Ashanti and Eastern, the region that is akin to making the MPP the national governing party forever is the Western region. I've spent considerable time here. I've been through Amenfi, Wasa. I've been through Disco. I've gone to Jura. I've gone to Nzema, I've gone to Ahanta, I've been to Esekado, meeting chiefs and leaders in all these communities. And I'm overwhelmed by the love and warmth of the people of this region. I've been everywhere with the chairman of the party and the regional minister of the region. And I can only say thank you for the good work you do on behalf of MPP. Patriots, we have a general election to win. We have a general election to win. And this general election, we will win. With God, it is possible. This is a call to duty. This is a call to duty. And today's manifesto launch is the show of our contest of our ideas and policies that is going to serve as a guiding light for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. When, by God's inshallah, 7th January, when he assumes office, he promises us that he needs no honeymoon. And from 7th January, he's going to start working for and the people of Ghana. The MPP which he represents, which he leads, and when he says to lead is to solve, has a record of delivery. In 2016 and 2020, the MPP delivered on its manifesto. I do recall His Excellency Dr. Bawumia calling me to come and account for what we are doing and what so far we have done in education. That led some of us to think deep. Mr. President, your work has been shown that you are a man of Seadeyo Oka Oye. Based upon the work that you have done, I'm sure Ghanaians are going to give us the mandate to continue from where we are. Mr. President, what you did in education has not been even demonstrated here. In 2016, it was a contest of ideas. When you talk about free SHS and free TVET, you didn't stop there. From early childhood care and new nurseries you developed. You made sure that in the era of IT, every school gets a school laboratory, and it is in progress. You made sure every teacher gets a laptop for IT, and it is in progress. And you made sure every student in secondary gets a laptop, and it's in progress. Mr. President, when you assumed office in the year 2017, 40,000 Ghanaian students had passed their WASI exams but could not get their results because they couldn't pay examination fees. 40,000 Ghanaians at BEC and WASI could not get access to their results because they couldn't pay examination fees, not even school fees. Before you came into office, Mr. President, for every 100 Ghanaian students that qualified to go to senior high school, 35 could not go because they couldn't afford it. 35. For the 65 that went into secondary school, Mr. President, by the time of WASI, another 30 had dropped out. And that is why it was only 800 students in school when you came up. Mr. President, even not all that 800 would have qualified or been able to stay through 3 years. I can assure you, the people of Ghana will forever remember you, that as we speak, every child that goes to secondary school leaves secondary school with the best results ever. The most profound thing, Mr. President, the most profound thing that you did in education, when the naysayers said it couldn't be possible, you made it possible. When the naysayers said you were diluting education, you were lowering standard, Mr. President, the first batch of free SHS stayed home 5 months because of COVID. And when they came back to school and they sat for their WASI, the best results ever Ghana has had. 68% of all A18, aggregate A1, 8 subjects happened for that group. 68%, the whole of West Africa. Ghana got 68% of A1s, 8 subjects. Not only that, we for the first time passed all 4 core subjects. That had never happened, Mr. President. Not only that, the best 3 students that ever happened came from your country, Ghana. That is leadership. That is delivery. That is leadership. Mr. President, we moved from education to energy under your watch. And we said, no longer will Ghana have doom so. In fact, by 2017, when you got into office, it had been 5 years of doom. It was not doom so, it was 5 years of doom. In fact, a former president said he will watch how we solve the doom problem. Not only have we kept the light on, Mr. President, even under trying times, the light has been on. Mr. President, I can say that the average electricity prices now is cheaper, dollar by dollar, from between 2017 and now. You have not only exhibited competence, you have exhibited leadership par excellence, Mr. President. I do know that beside you was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. If you set the vision, he set the mission. If you ensure delivery, he made sure your government ticked. No wonder You've pulled all stops to let him succeed. And surely God will bless your effort, Mr. President. I am a strong believer, Mr. President, after listening to your record. Personally, I'm a strong believer in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I've worked closely with him than many more would ever know. I believe in his ability and his knowledge, and surely he's the man of the moment. I, Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, I am committed to serving him loyally, to ensuring his vision is translated to a mission and an action purpose for myself. I know his vision is for a brighter, better, business-friendly country called Ghana. And I pledge to even work harder to support this vision. There is so much we can do, patriots, together if we pull all our hearts and minds together towards that common goal, that common shared purpose of Victory 2024 December. Mr. President, nothing would make you happier. No legacy would ever pass the fact that on 7th January, your sword will be handed over to your Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You've given the next generation ample time to study and to work and to serve. It is our time to deliver. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a man of vision. He's a man on a mission. He is humble, but he is firm. He is affable. He is respectful. He is honest, and he is loyal. He is a problem solver and a very hard worker, a man of integrity and a go-getter. He is destined to take Ghana to the next level. Before I take my seat, His Excellency the President, let me say this, and I'll say it again. I know Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He is not corrupt. And will not be corrupted. In his public life, Mr. President, he has never been accused of corruption. And in his public life, he has never been investigated for corruption. I am sure and certain that you are giving an honorable man to continue where you left off. No matter what the naysayers say, Mr. President, he is not corrupt. He has never been accused of corruption. And he has never been investigated for corruption. And he will never be corrupt. For those who have skeletons in their cupboard, and think the election is far gone for them, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will win the 7th December general election and presidential election. We Kukudites will fight from room to room, house to house, village to village, community to community, that never again will we have doom so. Never again will there be petrol queues. Never again will money be the determinant of how much education level you can achieve. And surely the day of accountability is coming straight to some of them who have skeletons in their cupboard. I will promise that we will work and deliver a better Ghana for your legacy purposes. Thank you.
Oh, Jesus. Martin Sampa, it's not a chiche modro no siane se onyankopon family bibia between ayawo amade ochidi Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It is possible. Hey! Nimdia onyankopon dia domo no. Ayo my Ghana mpuntu ontia. Anoti abrana sosa. Ubadi wa mayanim. Ay! Achadia asudi adomo no. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Ayo my Ghana mpuntu ontia. Anoti abrana sosa. Neba ubedi omayanim. Doctor, yeah, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, yeah, Nimdiania Kukodro, our Brasian in Kabamunti, oh my God, from Doctor, yeah, Dr. Digita, yeah, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Unukradiani wadoyanti unyamisiro ani umobro unutia enyankanyina frafra dokei yehia awradenti yebebreki etino ampipi bebreki etinoa sauradi kwa David frisreso Did Israel so in the year? Already, you will be a free one. With God, all things are possible. This is already covered David in free Israel. Mani bekum gloria to the air. Already, you will be a free one. Doctor, with God, all things are possible. It is possible. Yes, it is possible. With God, my God, all things are possible. It is possible. With God, it is possible. My God, you are God. All things are possible. I hear the song. Catch the David said. We are Mofra. Goriati ya wachina waniwe. Wakufiti ni Mofra. Eti David wunchumi. Na David kachara wa hini so se. Papa urade de neba shaminsa. Urade di Goriati momotuni eba shaminsa. Na so ka se. Ko na urade ebe diwachi. Enedai. Neba Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ensro na me asafo urade makame hontanse sedia mesusu no sara na bebam na sedia mama mitiri no sara na ebeti yate na yana neba na ubeden kunim onin kukuo tabiarada yeah. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Yahiawo, Nimdiani Akukodro, Awu Brasiani in Kabamunti, Gana Mabrina, Frawo, Dr. Yahia, Dr. Digita, Yahia, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Yahiawo. Unukradiani wadoyanti unyamisiro ani umobro hununtia akrafonyina frafrawo dokei yehia yana nalmo yifufonyina yani anmo gramofonyina ya babana masofonyina frafrawo dokei Shebe kumane nifa Udia Kuko wani muai Nisi mempa bae Mina Nibawa chiri domwe Sani amidi mosa chinwo Sana Medi wachika Mapudi na mafira wawe Nibada funya kukuwa duro Shebe kumane nifa Udia Kuko wani muai Nisi mempa bae Mina Nibawa chiri domwe Sani amidi Joshua chinwo Sana Medi wachika Miringa wo, doctor, nipa, mirimba wo, bawo miye, makami utanse, miya na mabuwa wo, ranise ne bane uti mempa mina, mibawa chiri damwe, sani amini Joshua chino, sana, nedi wachide, mibai, miringa wo, mibada fuwe, mirimba wo, doctor mamu, bawo miya, makami utanse,
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, pioneering progress for Ghana, the heartbeat of the nation. Ghana stands at the threshold of the next chapter, and at its helm stands Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, a leader of vision who embodies the fusion of heritage and progress.
the man who is renowned to be the most active and best performing vice president we have seen in the Fourth Republic. Please welcome Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the next president of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you very, very much. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic, John Agyekum Kufuor, I know he's watching from home. Second Lady, Samira, my beautiful Samira. National Chairman Stephen Ayinsu in team, my running mate and incoming Vice President, inshallah, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Chief of Staff, Akosia Frimaus Parry, the General Secretary, famous Justin Kodia, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, of course not forgetting the Majority Leader of Parliament, our parliamentary candidates, our MMDCs, Chairman of the Council of Elders, the National, Regional, Constituency and Polling Station Executives, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to you all. I stand here filled with a lot of emotion, humility and nostalgia. 16 years ago, right here in this beautiful city of Sekondi Takoradi, I was outdoored to the good people of Ghana as the running mate to the visionary leader, then flag bearer and leader of the New Patriotic Party, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, I am privileged to return to Takoradi, this time against all odds, as the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party to launch the 2024 Manifesto of the party. With God, it is possible. In exactly 111 days from today, over 18 million Ghanaians will have the opportunity to decide on a new leader and parliamentarians to govern the affairs of state over the next 4 years. Fellow Kukrudites, the race is on, and I know, and you know, and they know that the momentum is on our side. I have witnessed firsthand the enthusiasm, commitment, and determination of the rank and file of our party, the great New Patriotic Party, to break the eight and usher in life-transforming ideas that will deliver broad-based prosperity to all Ghanaians. From my possibilities tour, I came across hope, expectations, and the belief that it is possible to transform Ghana and create a sense of pride in the Ghanaian. Our tradition, the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition has not only been the vanguard of the rule of law and governance, but also pace setters and drivers of the life-changing policies and interventions. Let me first thank Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, the chair of the Manifesto Committee, the co-chairs, and all members of the Manifesto team for putting together this wonderful document. I am very grateful for their dedication. Let me also thank the earlier presenters for highlighting the major achievements of our government under the leadership of President Nana Akufo-Addo. We have taken time to highlight these achievements because track record is a significant predictor of credibility and the potential to do more. We have catalogued them because in the MPP, we view these as our obligation to the people from whom we draw our mandate. We have enumerated them precisely because they communicate our ability to respond to the numerous needs of different sections of our society. Indeed, we have listed them to show we remain committed to fulfilling the social contract we have with the good people of Ghana. Above all, the exercise we have undertaken confirms that hundreds of pledges that have been made to the Ghanaian people, and broadly they have been kept, and given the opportunity, more impactful and forward-looking interventions will be implemented to move Ghana to the next level of the development journey, a journey that will build on our successes to open opportunities for all. We promise to change. We promise change, and we have made significant progress. Mr. President, history will be kind to you, and you shall be remembered for your unprecedented achievements and the millions of lives you have touched. We are eternally grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, if there was any doubt, to believe it is crystal clear from the data-backed account we have given that our overall performance and track record are superior to that of my opponent and his party in virtually every sector. Virtually every sector we are superior. But I believe, as a former president and a proud student of history, he knows that. And that is one part of the reason why he is avoiding a debate. The other part, of course, is about the courage and the confidence to put what he intends to do differently this time around with the power he seeks, side by side to the vision I have for Ghana and the clear roadmap to getting the work done. That is the choice we are presenting to you, the Ghanaian voter, on December 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding our superior performance, there remains the fact that between 2020 and 2022, we experienced severe challenges triggered by the pandemic, which brought the world and our country to a thundering halt. The world experienced the greatest economic depression since the 1930s, with most countries recording negative GDP growth. Supply chain disruptions and the rising price of oil resulted in major increases in the prices of fuel, freight, and food across the globe. Indeed, Ghanaians were hit very hard by rising food prices, increased exchange rate depreciation, rising fuel prices, and rising transport fares. Our debt became unsustainable and had to be restructured. Bondholders saw a sharp decline in their net worth following the painful yet unavoidable debt restructuring program. We faced very challenging times, but with calm leadership and the support and understanding of the good people of Ghana, we have weathered the storm, and the economy is firmly on the path of recovery, with increasing GDP growth and declining inflation. It is gratifying to note that our policy interventions have started yielding the desired macroeconomic results. Many economists and analysts have rightly stated that Ghana has turned the corner, but we know that for many families, the cost of living is still very high. The hardship is real, and we commit to doing more to relieve the difficulties Ghanaians are facing. We are equally committed to creating more job opportunities that will significantly reduce youth unemployment among the national population that has increased over 5 million in the last 8 years alone. We have created so far 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. But youth unemployment remains a major concern and that confronts us, and we are committed to doing even more. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, it is better to continue with a party that has created more jobs than any other in the Fourth Republic than go back to a party and a leader who, after 4 years of doom so, created more unemployment than any government in the Fourth Republic. Ghana needs bold solutions to deal with the challenges we face, and that is what I am offering in asking for the mandate of the Ghanaians. This manifesto that we are launching lays out our comprehensive plan to take Ghana to the next level of growth, prosperity, under a selfless leader with bold solutions for jobs and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, my vision, as I have stated, is to create a tent big enough to accommodate every Ghanaian, to tap into the resourcefulness and talents of our people, irrespective of our different ethnic, political, and religious backgrounds, to channel our energies into building the kind of country that assures food sufficiency, safe, prosperous, and dignified future for all Ghanaians, to create sustainable jobs with meaningful pay for all, and for Ghana to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution using systems and data. To realize this vision, we must collectively have a mindset of possibilities, not impossibilities. There is a critical failure of mindset that manifests itself in the absence of core values, patriotism, and principles within our society. We need to invigorate the can-do spirit of Ghanaians, to believe that we can even do better than we have ever imagined. if we put our minds to it. For example, students from Mamfi Girls and Prempeh College have won international robotic competitions against their peers in the US, Germany, South Korea, and so on. Recently, Dr. Angela Tabiri from Ashaiman was crowned the world's most interesting mathematician after a global competition with some of the best mathematicians in the world. The mindset of possibilities must be inculcated in our children from home and school. This is why we are going to introduce a growth mindset curriculum in our schools to help students build critical skills such as problem solving, risk taking, opportunity spotting, and design thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced a major economic crisis, and with your support, weathered the storm. But we are not yet where we want to be. It is therefore very important to protect and expand our rebounding economy to attain and sustain macroeconomic stability with low inflation, low interest rates, exchange rate stability, and low budget deficits. Fiscal discipline and private sector empowerment will be the key to realizing our commitment to job and wealth creation. To sustainably reduce the budget deficit and interest rates, my government, inshallah, will enhance fiscal discipline through an independent Fiscal Responsibility Council enshrined in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Fiscal Responsibility Act will also be amended to add a fiscal rule that requires that budgeted expenditure in any year does not exceed 105% of the previous year's tax revenue. This will prevent the experience of budgetary expenditures based on optimistic revenue forecasts which do not materialize. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, my government will reduce the fiscal burden on government by empowering the private sector to do more. Fundamental to building any modern, prosperous society is ensuring that access to education and health is available to all, and that there is a safety net for the most vulnerable. Under the two-term administration of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, I can say without any fear of contradiction that no past leader has done more to uplift the poor and the vulnerable in society than my boss. We put in place new ones and expanded existing social policies and programs for the masses across Ghana, like the free senior high school, free TVET, Agenda 111, one constituency, one ambulance, expanding school feeding, national health insurance care for childhood cancer, sickle cell patients, and kidney dialysis, and so on. I pledge to you that my government will protect and deepen all these programs that several millions of you depend on. From my interactions with the people, the three top major concerns of Ghanaians are the cost of living, jobs, and roads. The 2024 Manifesto of the new Patriotic Party prioritizes what you, the Ghanaian people, say are your priorities. The manifesto lays out a clear path of how we plan to solve these major problems, among others. That is why my government will make business and jobs our #1 priority. True to our philosophy, I believe the private sector has the capacity to provide jobs and create wealth for society. My administration will therefore incentivize and empower the private sector to do more in complementing government in the provision and management of many infrastructures and other public services. This can reduce government expenditure, increase efficiency and accountability, create competition, and improve maintenance. Yes, we have built more roads than any other government in the Fourth Republic, but we still have a lot to do. In the last 8 years, we have been deliberate in empowering Ghanaian contractors to undertake many major infrastructural projects that would otherwise have gone to foreign contractors. My policies will encourage the private sector to take greater responsibility in the provision and management of critical infrastructures, including building hostels, housing, and schools for government to rent or lease to own. The demand for roads construction is massive, and this has historically placed a huge burden on the budget. I will make it more attractive for the private sector to also finance construction In return, my government will expect the beneficiaries of this most significant gesture and such savings to be directly used in creating jobs. Our ultimate goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to move Ghana to a lower tax regime with broader coverage to stimulate greater economic activity and generate more revenue to the state. For this to succeed, tax digitalization will be implemented across all aspects of the tax administration. Everyone will be required to file tax, a very simple tax return, electronically through their mobile phone or a computer. There will be no manual or paper filing of taxes anymore. Faceless assessments will provide transparency and accountability. There will be no need under this new tax regime. There will be no need for GRA to send officers to sit in shops, to close shops. E-invoicing as being implemented by GRA will also be extended. I now come to support for business. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will be for business because true to our philosophy, I believe the business of government is to empower business to deliver for society. We will therefore support the growth of businesses by the following policies. We will incentivize Ghanaian startups in selected strategic sectors with investment tax credits for the first 3 years of their operations. A flat rate system of duties for all importers will be implemented, bringing predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. We will harmonize port charges to align with the charges in competing regional ports, particularly Togo. Duties in our ports will not be higher than the duties in Lomé, Togo. Ladies and gentlemen, very importantly, we will use the government's purchasing power to stimulate industrial expansion and business growth. This will help create jobs by rolling out a Buy Ghana First policy, under which all goods and services procured by the public sector will first be filled by goods and services produced locally. And we will back this by legislation. We will implement a shift in electricity tariffs to the electricity tariff structure to a regime in which commercial rates are either equal to or lower than residential rates, never higher, to power our industries and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to establish an SME bank to meet the special financing needs of small scale medium enterprises, which will employ over 80% of Ghanaians. We will also complete the digitalization of land titling and registration to allow owners of landed properties to use their properties as collateral to raise capital for their business growth and expansion. We will create special economic zones in collaboration with the private sector at Ghana's major border towns such as Aflao, Paga, and Elubo to enhance economic activity, increase exports, reduce smuggling, and create jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to the cost of living, reducing the cost of living. Another major priority of my government will be to reduce the cost of living. The world is facing what is commonly referred to as the global cost of living crisis. Even though the inflation has dropped by half this year, prices remain high. I want a Ghana where we can attain food security through the application of technology and irrigation to commercial large-scale farming. We will also promote the use of agricultural lime to reduce the acidity of our soils, enhance soil fertility, and get more yield from the application of fertilizers. Ghana has an abundance of limestone to do this. I will prioritize the construction of the Pualugu Dam by using the private sector financing to crowd in grant financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also ensure food security by stabilizing the prices of foods produced locally through financing and guarantees from the Development Bank Ghana and the Ghana Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, also known as GESL. This will mainly involve upscaling the production of staple foods, investing in the preservation of staple foods, meat, poultry, and fish products, and establishing agricultural enclaves which will have irrigation, processing, and storage facilities in each region for crops or grains in which the regions have a comparative advantage. We will reduce the cost of transportation by promoting and supporting electric vehicles for public transportation. By the grace of God, I hope the first 100 buses that we will be introducing for public transportation will hopefully, inshallah, arrive before the end of December this year. We are also going to expand the Gold for Oil program to continue stabilizing the price of fuel. Stabilizing the price of spare parts through the flat rate duties for all importers policy, which will bring predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to make your driver's license valid for 10 years and extend the renewal period to 5 years. Under a housing for all policy, I will also have a major focus on the provision of public housing in the same manner that Singapore did. We will partner with the private sector to build large housing estates without the government having to borrow or spend. Also, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which has worked so well with thousands of beneficiaries, will be enhanced to deal with the problem of the demands of rent advance of 2 years or more. We will also ensure a variety of accommodation types to meet different pockets and needs as follows. In social housing, we'll be including homeless shelters, overnight stay for the vulnerable, and expanded rental assistance schemes for low-income workers. In the area of affordable housing, we'll be including district housing projects through incentives to the private sector, real estate industry, as well as expanding the services of the revived State Housing Company and the Tema Development Corporation and the National Home Ownership Fund, and improving housing finance through an expansion of the mortgage lending market, as well as rent-to-own schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use a variety of ways to deliver access to the various types of accommodation. For example, social housing. We will provide public lands within our main cities to private developers, and in order to benefit, make it mandatory for them to set aside between 20 and 30% for low-income social housing units with subsidized rents. Significantly, ladies and gentlemen, improving the availability and affordability of power. We will do this by bringing on board 2,000 megawatts of solar power and incentivizing users by buying access to power they generate from their solar systems and paying with free electricity from the national grid when they need power through net metering. We will continue to make accessing services easier. For example, once you have a Ghana card, all public organizations will not be required to collect your basic data. They will have all that data. They don't need you to fill any forms because all of it is on your Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a Ghana where we leverage technology, data, and systems for inclusive economic growth. I want to build a Ghana into a world-class digital economy. I want to build a Ghana where we apply digital technology, STEM, robotics, and artificial intelligence for the transformation of agriculture, healthcare, education, manufacturing, fintech, and public services delivery. As part of this process, it is my goal to eliminate the digital divide by achieving over 90% internet penetration within the first 4 years of office. We have already made very significant progress in this direction by increasing internet penetration from 34% in 2016 to some 70% by 2023. The task in the next 4 years is to move from 70% to over 90% as exists in the advanced countries. It is possible. I am determined to not let Ghana miss out on the fourth industrial revolution, as our continent did on the industrial revolution some centuries back. I want to see Ghana build the digital talent we require for the fourth industrial revolution. This will mean providing digital software skills to hundreds of thousands of youth. This, along with other priorities, will create jobs for the youth, including school dropouts. In collaboration with the private sector, we will train at least 1 million youth in IT skills, including software development, to provide job opportunities worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, generally, there will be an enhanced focus on technical and vocational education. My government will also support the establishment of a national open university, Ghana, in collaboration with the private sector, and it will focus on ICT, TVET, and STEM. Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare our children for the fourth industrial revolution, I will enhance the positioning of the educational system towards STEM, robotics, artificial intelligence, and vocational skills to cope with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution and job creation. My government will make coding and robotics standard in senior high school. Furthermore, to become a digital hub in Africa, Ghana's telecoms industry needs more investment. The cost of data for the ordinary Ghanaian has become too expensive. It goes against the very ethos of our digitalization journey. We commit to working actively with industry players in setting clear policy guidelines that will remove any investor uncertainty and difficulties in business planning, including the expeditious allocation of spectrum, driven more by the goal of enhancing digital inclusion. In addition, we would be working with educational institutions, leading and global tech firms to establish a national robotics, engineering, and AI lab for research and training of young Ghanaians locally. We will also be providing venture capital funding and grant support for commercially viable tech projects by Ghanaian startups to drive innovation, foster high-tech entrepreneurship, create jobs, and support growth of Ghanaian high-tech businesses. We will also be providing live lab opportunities to Ghanaian tech startups under a matching program by purposely connecting them to matured large tech firms working on government tech projects to help startups test their ideas in real-world environments and to accelerate their product development cycle. We will also be working with the Bank of Ghana to significantly expand our regulatory sandbox to admit more fintechs as well as regional fintechs. This will position Ghana as a multi-regulatory, multi-jurisdictional sandbox for financial payments interoperability. We will also be establishing a fintech fund with a seed capital of $100 million. That is about 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to attract additional private sector funding and to support Ghanaian startups, developing payments and financial services solutions, especially focused on region-wide explorable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be implementing a digital residency, that is e-residency, for businesses and individuals in tech firms to register and operate within Ghana. We are also going to be implementing a 5-year digital nomad visa and work permit to attract global tech talents to domicile and work from Ghana, appointing also, ladies and gentlemen, a digital ambassador whose role will be to develop new external markets for Ghanaian digital talents and products and facilitate the export of our digital services. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also be implementing comprehensive data interoperability across government platforms to enhance transparency and streamline services. We will be pushing further Ghana's leadership, led by my boss, Ghana's leadership role in achieving cross-border mobile money interoperability among other payment systems within the AfCFTA to enhance buying and selling within Africa's 1.4 billion consumer market. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be creating a marketplace to streamline public sector procurement. As a result of the increase in fiscal space from the tax and expenditure measures we are going to undertake, we will be in a position to enhance the digital economy by abolishing the e-levy as well as taxes on mobile phones. We are also going to ensure in this digital economy that we are building that the Ghana card will not be required, that for any person who holds a Ghana card, you will not be required to fill a form to get a passport. You will just be required to pay your fee because all the information is on the Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, working with industry players, we intend to make Ghana a world-class digital economy and a digital hub of Africa. I now come to our natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as president, the next MPP government will usher Ghana into a golden age for the maximization of the benefits of our natural resources like gold, lithium, bauxite, and so on. The key to doing this is value addition and Ghanaian ownership. As we have started with lithium, we need a new paradigm in the natural resource contracts that sees more of the benefit accruing to Ghana. Some of the key policies that we will implement to maximize our benefits from our natural resources include formalizing and regularizing and regulating environmentally sustainable small-scale mining. Our goal would be to help grow the small-scale mining companies into large-scale mining companies with the capacity to building and assisting them to access financing to acquire equipment. In line with this, we will license all miners doing responsible mining. District mining committees, including our chiefs, will provide initial temporary licenses to the miners. Every Ghanaian in small-scale mining will register under the Ghana Small-Scale Miners Association with their Ghana card. We will, in collaboration with the large mining companies, convert abandoned shafts into community mining schemes. We will also open new community mining schemes, and district mining communities would be responsible for reclamation and replanting. We will also set up state-of-the-art common user gold processing units in mining districts in collaboration with the private sector. We will also conduct an audit of all concessions with various licenses and new applications. This will allow government to know licenses that have expired and non-compliance with the existing license conditions are in non-compliance. My government will establish, in collaboration with the private sector, a minerals development bank to support the mining industry. My government will also reduce the minerals export tax to 1% to discourage smuggling and encourage more production. We will establish, through the private sector, a London Bullion Market Association certified gold refinery in Ghana within the next 4 years. Following the establishment of this refinery, all the responsibly mined gold in Ghana produced by the small-scale sector will be sold either to the central bank, PMMC, or MIF. We will make available proven reserves data from the Geological Survey Authority to small-scale miners to help deal with the associated problem of trial and error digging for gold, which destroys our environment. Once the data is available, the small-scale miners will know exactly where the gold is. And so they don't have to do trial and error. They'll go directly to where the gold is, and the environment will not be destroyed. We will also adequately resource the Geological Survey Authority to undertake the mapping exercise. We'll also scale up the use of mercury-free gold catcher machine technology, which is less damaging to our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to an important subject matter of stabilizing our currency. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the need to transform the structures of the Ghanaian economy from merely being an exporter of raw materials, an importer of finished products, to producing what we consume and adding value to our raw materials and farm produce. The Akufo-Addo-led government set out in 2017 to find solutions by introducing transformational policies such as one district, one factory. While industrialization remains the long-term solution to macroeconomic stability and shared prosperity for Ghanaians, the vulnerabilities in the structure of the Ghanaian economy remain and were heavily exposed by the global crisis of 2020 to 2022. The crisis hit us really hard, but you may wonder why, unlike previous times when the city faced severe pressure, this time around we have never experienced queues at our fuel stations or dumsor as we did in 2015. Let me tell you a short story about that. I approached my boss when we had this crisis, as I saw our foreign exchange reserves continually dwindling. I approached my boss and suggested a novel way as a solution to the shortage of foreign exchange. I proposed that we leverage on gold to produce directly in exchange for the essential goods we import. He gave me the go-ahead to pilot the one critical import, petroleum products, the shortage of which would have completely derailed our economy. And that is what resulted in gold for oil. I am happy to say that the two policies that have helped rescue the economy from catastrophe in the recent crisis were the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, which I proposed, and the gold for oil program. The pilot, these two policies, the pilot has worked for a number of companies and has worked for the countries. Some companies which wanted to repatriate dividends and couldn't do so because of foreign exchange constraints have suddenly been able to do so because of the gold purchase program. We have thus found a solution in the midst of this crisis, and bringing together the pilot of this gold for oil and gold purchase programs. We have thus, through this crisis, we have suddenly found a solution to the profit repatriation problem that many businesses had without destabilizing our local currency. This also brings major comfort to foreign investors operating in our countries. I believe from the success of the pilot scheme, we can confidently say that we have found a solution to the age-old foreign exchange problem that successive governments have struggled to contain, and which invariably led to inflation and other macroeconomic challenges. My government will completely institutionalize what I will call the Gold for Forex program, even as we intensify efforts to transform the structure of the Ghanaian economy. Simply put, the domestic gold purchase program is a policy which allows the Bank of Ghana to boost our foreign exchange reserves by buying locally produced gold with cedis. Gold purchases from this program alone amounted to $5 billion in the last couple of years. With Ghana's unexplored gold reserves estimated at 5 billion ounces, with a market value of 10 trillion US dollars, my government will ramp up the gold purchase program to cover all major forex demands. We will cover all major forex demands with the gold purchase program. Put simply, if, for example, a company wants dollars, we will take their cedis and we will buy gold and we will give them their foreign currency. The gold purchase program will therefore provide the anchor that our local currency has always lacked. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, I want to build, with your support, I want to build a credit system for Ghana. In the advanced economies, workers are able to easily access credit to purchase items such as televisions, cars, mobile phones, and houses. They are able to do so because the credit system over there works, and it is supported by individualized credit scoring by the credit rating agencies. In the advanced countries, people are able to obtain mobile phones for free under a contract arrangement with their telephone companies. But people with the impossibility mindset don't understand that these things are possible. In Ghana, such a credit system is yet to develop, and therefore life is harder for our workers. It is our goal to make it easier and cheaper to access credit by leveraging our data and our systems, such as the Ghana card, the Ghana Post GPS, mobile money interoperability, Momo accounts, DVLA, GRA data, bank accounts, and so on, to build an efficient credit system and a mortgage market in Ghana underpinned by an individualized credit scoring system and the digitalization of land titling and transfer. We look forward to starting individualized credit scoring in Ghana this year, in 2024. And this will make it easier for Ghanaians to access credit at lower interest rates. My promise to you is that soon you in Ghana will no longer have to save before you are buying what you need. You can buy it on credit and pay small, like they do in the advanced countries. In the area of public infrastructure, we will, to reiterate, partner the private sector to finance, build, and rent or lease to own to government public infrastructure, including schools, housing, water, and roads, as well as equipment. We will revive and resource, including modern equipment and state-of-the-art workshops, the Public Works Department, PWD, to be the primary government agency responsible for maintenance of public infrastructure across the country. We will fully implement and expand the District Road Improvement Program, under which the local governments have been supplied with equipment to help maintain roads in their districts. This District Road Improvement Project was the brainchild of the MPP government and not anybody else. We have brought it and nobody should try to claim credit for it. Through partnerships with the private sector investors, we'll develop the railway network across the country based on the master plan with strategic focus on the western and eastern lines in the medium term. These two lines are of high economic importance and will be prioritized for development and completion under my government by the grace of God. Eastern and western railway lines. We will facilitate the establishment by the private sector of a maintenance, repair and overhaul facility at the Tamale Airport to develop into an aviation cargo, horticultural cargo and logistics hub. We will also commence the development of the much talked about by us in our last manifesto, the development of the Cape Coast Airport, for which funding has been secured under the Korean $2 billion facility, which we will serve both the central and the western regions. In collaboration with the private sector, we will also build an airport in the Upper East region. We will achieve, through our investment, universal access to electricity in our first term of a Bawumia government. And we will complete all the Agenda 111 hospitals to ensure every district gets a district hospital and all the regions get new regional hospitals. As a result, we will recruit more doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals with improved conditions of service, and will bring healthcare services to your doorstep by completing the digitalization of public healthcare institutions under the e-health project. Under the e-health project, we have digitalized all the patient records in all teaching hospitals, all the regional hospitals, and all the district hospitals. So today, if you are referred from Wa to Kolebu, you don't need to bring a folder. You just bring your ID number, the doctor in Kolebu will enter your ID number, and all your records will be there for the doctor to see. We expect that by next year, we'll cover the remaining health centers and CHIPS compounds so that we have a comprehensive database. We will also scale up. Once we have done this, we are going to be scaling up telemedicine services and establishing, ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to be establishing 2 additional sites in addition to the existing 6 sites of drone delivery centers at Funsi in the Upper West region and at Kintampo. So we are establishing 2 more drone sites. And the establishment of these 2 sites will give us 100% coverage for drone delivery across all of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, we have established the National Electronic Pharmacy Platform. We have put together 2,456 pharmacies on one platform, which is working. So today, if your doctor prescribes you a medicine, you can go to the pharmacy platform, put in your medicational requirements. The platform will tell you which pharmacy near you has the medicine and what the prices are. We will make sure this platform is interoperable with all private and public facilities. We will also offer incentives to healthcare workers to be able to buy 1 vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. And we will also ensure compliance with the existing deprived area incentive package for health workers. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of affirmative action for women and girls, we will implement in full the Affirmative Action Act we recently passed. We will establish a Women's Trade Empowerment Fund, WOTEF, to support women-owned businesses. We will ensure gender parity in the award of government scholarships. And we will further improve the maternal health care program. We will pursue a Women in Diplomacy program for Ghanaian women to take more leadership roles in international organizations. And we will ensure that existing sexual harassment laws are strictly enforced. We'll also be enabling mothers to seamlessly enter the workforce by prioritizing, in partnership with the private sector, the establishment of daycare centers near workplaces, including marketplaces. We will enforce existing regulations on maternity leave governance as well. In the area of education, ladies and gentlemen, my government will increase the stock of student accommodation in our universities and other public tertiary institutions to address the housing deficit on our campuses and make them affordable. We will introduce a free tertiary scholarship for persons with disability to remove the financial barriers to pursuing their educational goals. On scholarships, we will integrate the scholarship databases across all the public sector institutions managing such schemes to ensure full visibility and transparency. We will expand eligibility for the student loan scheme to include all post-secondary students, including certificate and diploma programs. We will prioritize and direct a significant proportion of national scholarship schemes towards training and skills development in STEM as well as other needed skills in Ghana. We will implement in full the centralized application processing service, CAPS, for tertiary institutions. Under this, you will apply once and pay once. As I already said, we will establish a national open university. And for those who, after completion of their tertiary education, have secured jobs, they would be exempted from national service. They can go and start work immediately. We will protect and enhance free SHS and free TVET, which is truly transforming lives and changing life outcomes for millions of people. Since we started the free SHS and free TVET, enrollment has increased by 83%. We are building the foundation for a well-educated, prosperous society. With free SHS and TVET, we have achieved gender parity. More girls are getting secondary education, and the impact will be positive for society. We, as a result, will recruit more teachers at all levels with improved conditions of service. We will also continue to develop additional infrastructure for our educational institutions to meet the increased numbers. We will offer incentives also for teachers to buy one vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to good governance. In the area of good governance, we will, and I reiterate, we will reinstate the process of getting MMDCs elected through a universal adult suffrage to deepen decentralization and effective local governance. We will delink the creation of districts from constituencies to bring an end to the automatic increase in the size of parliament. We will institute an electoral area share of the common fund for assembly members to facilitate development at the electoral area levels. And we will engage Parliament and other stakeholders, including political parties, to review the 1992 Constitution to achieve effective national development. We'll provide value-based leadership predicated on values such as selflessness, excellence, ethics, justice, integrity, transparency, diligence, and accountability. In pursuit of values-based leadership and responsible citizenship, we'll formalize the relationship between the state, chiefs, faith-based organizations, and civil society organizations, and redefine and elevate their place and role in the national governance structure. We will formally designate faith-based organizations as development partners who are entitled to similar incentives. We will review Section 63 of the Chieftaincy Act to empower chiefs to strengthen local governance. And we will pay living allowances to paramount chiefs, divisional chiefs, and queen mothers. To encourage the registration of all lands and to avoid land disputes, all stool lands will be registered without an initial fee payment. Payment will only be made of the registration fee when the land is sold, and then we will get our fee. But initially, all chiefs can go ahead and register stool lands without paying a fee. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will also protect Ghanaian cultural and family values. Dealing with corruption is my next area of focus. Ladies and gentlemen, all governments have struggled with the canker of corruption in our society. People have been killed for corruption, and people have been jailed for corruption, but yet it persists. My view is that corruption operates in darkness, and we need to deal with it through openness and transparency and through digitalization. Our approach so far has been to deal with corruption after it occurs. My approach to deal with is to deal with corruption before it occurs. Digitalization is the vehicle. The Ghana card has enabled us basically to eliminate ghost workers from the Controller and Accountant General payroll, also from the SNIT payroll and the National Service payroll. Using the Ghana card and the elimination of ghost workers in SNIT and the National Service Scheme, we have saved 800 million Ghana cedis in just these two institutions. One of the most potent weapons against corruption is transparency. Many corrupt activities are cash-based. Apart from the obvious benefits of moving in the direction of a cashless society, the literature does indicate that more electronic payments are used in transactions as opposed to cash. The more that is done, the more there is traceability, and therefore the less corruption. I would like to bring Ghana close to a cashless economy in the shortest possible time. So far, The Bank of Ghana has made a lot of progress in this direction by putting in place a lot of payment systems and infrastructure. These include mobile money interoperability, merchant interoperability, the universal QR code payment system, the GH-Link debit card, eSwitch, Ghana Pay. We have put in place the necessary infrastructure to go cashless as a country. Recently, the Bank of Ghana has completed a pilot of the digital version of the Ghana cedi in Seshwiwi also. This is known as a central bank digital currency, or the e-cedi. The e-cedi is designed to work online and offline and will be launched by the Bank of Ghana in due course. The e-cedi will be the ultimate weapon in our fight against corruption because it will provide transparency, reduce the risk of fraud, robbery, tax avoidance, and money laundering, since it will be easy to track the movement of money and identify suspicious activity. The e-cedi will quicken the pace of Ghana's move towards a cashless or a near cashless society. We will also, ladies and gentlemen, implement blockchain technology and smart contracts for secure data exchange and transparent government services. Employing a distributed ledger technology improves transparency and efficiency. This will make all government transactions permanently traceable and not subject to alteration. I want Ghana to be the first country in Africa and one of the few in the whole world to become an all-government blockchain government. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of care for the elderly, we will pass the An-Aging Act for the care and protection of the elderly. We will promote geriatric care training programs to address the growing need for elder care. We'll implement policies on the establishment of home care, nursing homes, and rehabilitation services, including assisted living and old-age community living. We will create elder-specific social assistance schemes to cover those not currently covered by existing programs such as LEAP. In the area of the environment, ladies and gentlemen, we will enhance the protection of our forests and biodiversity hotspots. We will restore our forests through a reforestation program by targeting 30,000 hectares of degraded areas for reforestation and plantation development annually, establishing 1,000 hectares of bamboo and rattan plantations annually for watershed protection and plantation development. We are also going to be providing tree seedlings and plantation suckers in a minimum of 1,000 communities to enhance national reforestation and plantation development programs. We will protect and preserve our water resources by vigorously protecting both surface and underground sources by ensuring that the provisions of the water use regulations are adhered to. We'll protect transborder water sources, notably the Volta River, and we effectively manage all water basins in Ghana. With our mining policy, we believe that we are going to be able to deal with galamsey, and that will help us protect the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of sports, the creative arts and tourism, we will use tax incentives, including a flat tax, to incentivize private sector investments in sports, tourism, and the creative arts. We'll implement an e-visa policy for all international visitors to Ghana to make visa acquisition fast and convenient for visitors. We will roll out a visa-free policy for all African nationals and all Caribbean nationals visiting Ghana. We will also establish a travel protocol in partnership. We will also, in partnership with the private sector, establish a streaming and digital management platform for Ghanaian content developers in the creative arts. We'll also establish a travel protocol service for the creative community to enable artists, performers, and other creatives honor international performances and shows. We will establish a sports development fund to develop sports infrastructure and talent development and grassroots sports programs, including the revival of Colts football and leagues across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we will establish a Ghana School Sports Secretariat, which will be an agency under the ministry responsible for sports in collaboration with other stakeholders such as the GES and sports federations. My government will seek school-level collaboration with international sports bodies like the NBA and the NFL to make Ghana a hub for these emerging sports in Africa, to create more opportunities for young people. We have already tried this with the NFL, the governing body for American football. We will, ladies and gentlemen, also upgrade the surfaces of our football pitches to meet the highest international standards. And so we will be seeing an upgrading of the stadia in Kumasi, Accra, Cape Coast, Tamale, and Esipong to make sure that they meet the highest international standards. My government will also implement an effective maintenance module for our sports facilities. We will continue the construction of astroturfs for every constituency to boost the development of our talents, including juvenile football. We have increased astroturfs from 3 that we inherited to over 150 in 2024. We are going to start an Operation Olympics Glory program by dedicating resources towards the preparation of our athletes and their readiness for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, USA, including where necessary, targeting specific sports for medals. We will support the revival of the Premier League and clubs to improve commercial viability and create related jobs by directing policy through the National Lotteries Authority and the Gaming Commission to establish and fund a sports employment module to assist premier clubs fund operational expenses, including player remuneration. And also we will provide a bus to each Premier League club. And we will build 6 5,000-seater capacity stadia for the new regions, the 6 new regions, and we will build a standard stadium for Sunyani because of their love of football and the many clubs in Sunyani. We will promote school sports by establishing a Ghana School Sports Secretariat to create more opportunities for young people in sports and collaborate with international bodies, as I said, to make Ghana a hub for emerging sports. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of protecting our borders, we will not compromise on our efforts to ensure Ghanaians feel safe and are free to go about their daily lives. We will therefore continue to keep our borders protected, our communities and neighborhoods also safe. We will complete the 15 forward operating bases at our border frontiers of Ghana. This will allow the military to swiftly respond to any external hostilities and threats posed by terrorists in the sub-region. We will continue equipping Ghana's security services to build their capability in protecting the nation. And we will also focus on equipping the prison service as well as the fire service. We will deepen the cooperation of our neighboring states and the international community in the fight against violent extremism. We'll recruit and deploy 20,000 more security personnel to enhance the visibility and strengthen the human resources of our security services. To make our neighborhoods safe, we are going to roll out 50,000 more anti-crime cameras, the CCTVs. And so far, we have rolled out about 11,000 CCTVs. But many districts and regions, many district capitals and regional capitals are not fully covered. So we ask national security to undertake an exercise to tell us what is needed so that we can see what is happening in every public street, in every regional capital and every district capital, every day and every night. They came back and told us they needed 50,000 cameras, CCTVs, for us to be able to accomplish that directive. And my government will provide the 50,000 CCTV cameras so that we have complete visibility in all our regional capitals and all our district capitals to basically make sure that if you commit a crime, we are going to catch you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also roll out more body cameras for the police and other logistics. I believe that we can find, ladies and gentlemen, a broad, find broad contours of a national development plan for which we can find consensus in areas such as education, healthcare, industrialization, and so on. I will support such a consensus national development plan. Specifically, I propose that we can amend Article 87 of the 1992 Constitution, as well as the NDPC Act, Act 7479, to mandate political manifestos, political party manifestos, and consequently the economic and social policies of governments, as well as budgets, to be aligned to agreed broad contours in specific centers. The current Constitution was designed for political stability, and it has achieved that. We need to amend it with the help of Parliament to align it more to national development. In that context, we are committed to the process to amend the 1992 Constitution through public consultation, with key emphasis on the election of MMDCs to deepen democratic decentralization, ex gratia, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a nation that cares for and invests in the vulnerable, like persons with disabilities, the aged, the street kids, the lepers, cerebral palsy patients, and so on. In cooperation with faith-based institutions and the private sector, my government will also focus on special needs. To start with, we will recruit 1,000 special needs teachers and retrain teachers on how to work with special needs students. We will also train more speech and language therapists and occupational and behavioral therapists. We will also set a quota for the recruitment of persons with disabilities in all government recruitment, and also provide incentives for the private sector to recruit persons with disabilities. Now to the youth of our country, kindly lend me your ears. I have been to you, and I have listened to your concerns and soaked your aspirations. I want to assure you that I am for you. Our nation is at a crossroads. We are preparing to elect a new president in December 2024. And I believe I will serve you better as your next leader. I am a problem-solving leader. In the last 7 years, I have, with the blessings of President Nana Akufo-Addo, led and championed initiatives to address some of the fundamental problems in the public service delivery area. I possess the integrity you require in your next president. I believe that the Almighty has blessed me with a fortitude of character to ensure the implementation of bold solutions for our future. My track record of public service and in international development is public knowledge. My entire career, from academia through to the Bank of Ghana, the African Development Bank, and my current role as Vice President, has been anchored on competence, diligence, and efficient and effective management skills that have contributed to my ability to see projects through to completion. I am determined to make your future my business if you give me the mandate to serve you. My proven ability to manage and deliver results professionally and transparently sets me apart from the rest in the race. As an experienced professional with unblemished national and international credentials, I am ready to bring that expertise to bear on national governance with the sole motivation to transform. The MPP delegates resoundingly gave me the mandate to lead the party based on my performance and the delivery of major signature projects and programs and vision. Given these and my verifiable personal integrity, I humbly ask you, ladies and gentlemen, that you hand the steer to me. That you hand the steer to me to usher in a new government, a new management style that will give us additional results, a paradigm shift in how we manage our resources, and let the benefits of nationhood reach out to every member of society. With all humility, I declare that I am a visionary leader who can generate new ideas to confront problems. I have the exciting ideas for the 21st century nation. We have done well in creating jobs in the last 7 years, 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. However, unemployment is still a major issue amongst us. I make a firm commitment to sustain and expand the rebounding economy to address the problem of unemployment. To the Gen Zs, I am well plugged into the new world you belong, and I know the keys to press to unlock your potentials within. I am your plug to your dreams of a prosperous Ghana. I am your plug to creating opportunities and decent paying jobs. I shall offer you a problem-solving leadership built on my values of integrity, compassion, and sincerity. To this end, I have presented for your consideration our manifesto for 2024. The manifesto is giving. It is giving hope. It is giving ideas. It is giving jobs. It offers the opportunity to create a new generation of entrepreneurs through my business support initiatives. It strives to make Ghana a fully digitalized nation in which you are able to access public services with ease. It incentivizes the private sector to expand and deliver good jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as Vice President, the policies I have championed or initiated have impacted or will impact the lives of virtually every Ghanaian. I have, with the full blessings and support of my boss, promised and delivered on many groundbreaking policies that are happening for the first time in our history. These include championing the Ghana Card, Agenda 111, e-pharmacy, Ghana.gov, one constituency, one ambulance, Zongo Development Fund, paperless ports, motor insurance, database, renewal of NHIS on your mobile phone, the Ghana Card number as your TIN number, SNID number, NHIS number, zip line, delivery for drones, gold for oil, gold purchase program, and so on, and so on, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, through the successful implementation of these policies, I have proven to be a problem solver and a promise keeper. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the choice Ghanaians face in 2024 fundamentally is a choice between a brighter future and a bleak past. As I noted in my presentation at UPSA in February, we have to ask ourselves a number of questions in making that choice. If you want someone you can trust to come up with innovative and impactful ideas to transform Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want someone with personal integrity who can be trusted to fight corruption, then your choice is Dr. Bawumia. And if the person you have in mind is someone you can trust to work tirelessly and selflessly for Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want a leader with a proven record who you can trust to create jobs for the youth, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who has the vision and the commitment to prepare Ghana for the fourth industrial revolution, the digital revolution, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who is more committed to protecting and using the natural resources for the benefit of Ghanaians, then the answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who will be more accountable to Ghanaians? A one-term president like my opponent, or a person who can look to a long-term development of Ghana, because he will return to you after 4 years to render an account for the long term? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to protect free senior high school education? The answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who has demonstrated to the development, who has demonstrated a commitment to the development of deprived communities like our inner city communities and the Zongo communities? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to provide bold solutions to improve our economy, create jobs, and improve social protection? It is Dr. Bawumia. Ladies and gentlemen, I am determined to make a difference, a positive difference. I am determined to use the experience I have earned over the last 7 to 8 years from the challenges and the priorities we have tackled, from the successes we have chalked, to the hard work to succeed with you on the priorities that I have laid before you today. I will work for you, with honesty and integrity, with wisdom and decisiveness. I have clarity of mind as to what I want to do from day one as president. I will not ask you for a honeymoon to cool off and think about what to do with the responsibility you give me. I am prepared and ready to serve. You know what I stand for. You know my vision. I believe in the ingenuity of the Ghanaian. Together we can succeed in building a progressive society of possibilities, enterprise, compassion, open opportunities, and shared prosperity for every Ghanaian, born rich or poor, born in the north or the south, born Christian or Muslim, born a girl or a leper or a boy, a leper or a disabled person. I have never been president of Ghana before. I am presenting myself to you for the first time to ask for your precious vote to serve you as your president and to continue the development agenda of the MPP. When you make me president, inshallah, I will implement my own vision that I have outlined. In all humility, I will ask you to give me the opportunity to become one of the most impactful presidents in Ghana's history. In conclusion, dear Ghanaians, what I have presented today are just highlights of our manifesto. There are many more details and policies that are found in the full version. I implore you and entreat you all to read the full manifesto. This manifesto we are launching today is a manifesto of hope, a manifesto anchored on bold solutions to usher in the golden age of good governance and accountability, and a manifesto of possibilities focusing on quantum leaps in jobs and prosperity. Our positive mindset is built on a strong track record of innovations and achievements. Unlike our friends who regard every life-changing policy proposal as impossible, we in the MPP see possibilities. We innovate, deliver, and prosper. I mean to deliver for you and your family, for your future, for your business. Indeed, Bawumia means business. I thank you for your support, your prayers, and with God's guidance, we can win together. It is possible. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless our homeland as we launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto. To the glory of God.
Hello, please let's sit down.
Bawumia vote no. Yamfan cheche. Bawumia vote no. Bawumia vote no.
Fan cheche.
Bawumia vote no. Please let's be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's be seated. Please let's be seated. Kindly take your seats. Let's clear the front and please be seated. Please be seated. Kindly let all be seated. Let's all be seated, please.
Please be seated. We have almost come to the end of the program. Please be seated.
Please, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, will address this event. All those at the front, make your way to your original seats so we can continue the program. Thank you. Security, please help us so we could get ready to listen to the Father for the Nation. Thank you.
His Excellency, his legacy extends beyond politics. His legal prowess, advocacy for human rights, and contribution to Ghana's democratic journey defines a fine, remarkable career marked by resilience, dedication, and commitment to the well-being of every citizen of Ghana. Welcome, Your Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Hello. Is it working properly? Are you sure? It's working. Indeed,
Bawumia means business. Mr. Vice President, Second Lady, our incoming Vice, National Chairman, Chief of Staff, General Secretary, Majority Leader, Chairman of the Council of Elders, and all the great and good of the MPP gathered here. My task is a very simple one. You've heard about what we have tried to do these last 7.5 years. I don't intend to go over that. You've also heard about the exciting things that we're going to do in the next 8 years. I don't intend to talk about that. What I want to do is to give testimony and make an appeal to the Ghanaian people through you why they should give the leadership of this country to Mahamudu Bawumia and Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Because at the end of the day, plans, policies, programs, if there's no character, if there's no strength, if there's no determination of will in the part of the people involved, they just remain plans and programs. I don't think there's anybody in this country better placed to testify about the capacity of our presidential ticket than me, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I am the best. I am the best placed person to give the testimony, and clearly also the best place to appeal to the people of Ghana to give the stewardship of this country for the next 8 years to Dr. Bawumia and his running mate, Napul. It was 16 years ago that Mahamudu Bawumia and I first met and decided to join our lives together. I can say that there's not one day that I've regretted joining my life to his and his to me. In opposition as well as in government, he has been a model of loyalty, of honesty, of dedication, and of patriotism. This is a man who lives and breathes Ghana. And whatever commitments he has made before you and before the people of Ghana, I can put my hand on my heart and say he will deliver on each one of those commitments. People have had problems with their vice presidents in the Fourth Republic. We won't go over that. I, Nana Addo, I've never had any problem with my vice president. I've gone to bed every night secure in my knowledge that my vice president stands firmly with and behind me in everything that I've tried to do in these last 7.5 years. He has been the picture, the model of loyalty itself. And all I can say to his vice is that even if he has half of the loyalty that Mahamudu Bawumia has shown to me, he is going to be an excellent vice president. This is a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not a man who is going to tell the Ghanaian people that you have short memories. That is not the kind of man we have here. That is not the type of man we have here. He's a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not somebody who's going to say to the Ghanaian people when his policies have failed that I am not a magician. That is not the language of Mahamudu Bawumia. That is not the sort of person that he is. We have here a man who is respectful and who will work night and day to make sure that our country continues on the upward trajectory. You have, in the business that we have chosen, some who blow with the wind. They say one thing today and they'll say another thing tomorrow because they believe that we have short memories. We don't remember their record. We remember their record. The record of failure. There have been 5 presidents in Ghana. One unfortunately died in harness. But the other 4 that are left, and I'm saying this because I know there are going to be a lot of first-time voters, people who perhaps don't remember our recent history very well. But 3 of these 4 presidents, all of them, because of their record, the Ghanaian people renewed their mandate. Jerry John Rawlings got a second term. John Ajekum Kufuor got a second term. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo got a second term. There is only one whose record did not merit a second term. And you and I know who I am talking about. Is a man who wants to come back to save his image because he believes that Ghanaians have forgotten his record. Mr. Candidate, your record has not been forgotten. We will not allow that record to be forgotten. So, I don't have any hesitation in saying to you and saying to the people of Ghana that the leadership that Mahamudu Bawumia is going to provide for us is exactly the leadership we need to take us to the next step of our development. If indeed the biggest strategic interest of the 21st century is the development of the digital economy and the unfolding of the 4th industrial revolution, there is only one man in Ghana today that can take us through that 4th industrial revolution. Mahamudu Bawumia is his name. He's going to be ably supported by a young man. Are you still a young man? By a young man who has always impressed me. In 2012, he was the director of my election campaign. When, by the grace of God and the generosity of the Ghanaian people, I was honored and privileged with the office of President of the Republic. The most important flagship program of my government at its outset was the implementation of the free senior high school policy. I had no doubt in my mind that he was the one person who could implement that policy to success. And that is why I confined him to this job. Everybody in Ghana can testify to the success with which he implemented the free senior high school policy. We're talking about these two people. We're talking about achievers, people who achieve things in their lives. Our presidential candidate and incoming president was on his way to becoming governor of the Bank of Ghana, having had a brilliant career as a central banker until he met me, and I diverted him. But I think at the end of the day, he will agree today that the diversion has been worth his while. Matthew Poku Prempeh is an achiever. Apart from implementing the free senior high school policy, he has been for the last 3.5 years our energy minister. Not only has he kept the lights on, but he has helped us through some very difficult programs of restructuring our energy debt and putting our energy sector on a much sounder footing than we came to meet it in 2017. These are the two people who are asking for the mandate of the Ghanaian people. I have no hesitation, as the outgoing president is saying that they will be worthy successors to the office of president and vice president. So I want all of you here, the leadership of our party, from top to bottom, from the polling station to the national leadership, from all members of the campaign committees, from the electoral area through the constituency, through the regions to the national level, to make an extra effort to go out and sell this golden ticket to every nook and cranny of our country, to make sure that when the results are declared, hopefully on the 8th of December, we will hear the sweet news. The 6th president of the 4th Republic, Mahamudu Bawumia, has won a clear victory. And as I told you, when I hear that noise and I go to Black Star Square on the 7th of January, then I'm off to Chebi, and I'm expecting to see some of you there in my retirement. Thank you, and may God bless you all and bless the MPP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Your legacy lives on forever. You will be remembered from generations to generations. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we bring the launch of the 2024 Manifesto of the new Patriotic Party to a successful end. And we call on all of you to have copies of the manifesto, both soft and hard. Go through it, read it, spread the word. Every room, every house, every community, every corner. And tell your neighbor that whatever it is that we aspire as Ghanaians, it is possible with Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia in the driving seat. At this juncture, We will call on Madam Abina Asante to give us the closing prayer. Madam Abina Asante, please give us the closing prayer quickly, and let's dedicate our travels back into the hands of God.
Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for a wonderful program. Father, we are grateful for all that we've done here, and we pray committing the rest of our campaign and the rest of the month.
Well, finally, the baton has been handed over. We just listened to the 2024 NPP Manifesto. And I mean, there were quite some huge things in there, some key points that the flag bearer of the new patriotic party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, actually mentioned in there. And some of the key things that he spoke about was the fact that he said he will establish a Ghana School Sport Secretariat. He also looks at the fact that cost of living, jobs and roads are key to his government. He also mentioned that he's going to enhance and empower the private sector. He would also revise the procurement structure to combat corruption. Now, he's also going to ensure that he's going to have no more than 50 ministers. And then he will introduce a very simple, business-friendly flat tax system. Now, the flat tax will be a percentage of income, and then it with appropriate exemptions for the poor so that they don't find themselves in that issue. He's also going to provide a tax amnesty, which he has actually mentioned, to individuals and businesses so that everyone can start afresh on a clean slate. He also made mention of the fact that their ultimate goal is to move Ghana to a lower tax regime with broader coverage so that they can generate revenue for the state. He also made mention of the electronic tax filing system, basically the tax digitalization that they actually want to implement. Now, when it comes to support for businesses, he also mentioned that he's going to actually incentivize Ghanaian startups for the first 3 years. And then he's going to harmonize the pot duty. So basically, the import duties will not be higher than that of Lome. So we're just basically going to be at par with them. This is to curb smuggling through the Lome port, because here our import duties at the Tema port are actually very high. So this is something he is actually planning to work on. He's also made the fact that he's going to establish an SME bank to meet the needs of SMEs, and then he's going to digitalize land titling. Some of these key things he did mention as key messages when he was actually on his regional campaign tour. And there are some of the key issues that we looked at. When it came to reducing the cost of living, he actually said that he is going to promote the use of agricultural lime to actually reduce the acidity of the soil. He's also going to prioritize the construction of the Pualugu Dam. We heard him make this promise to the chiefs when he was addressing them during the regional campaign tour. And he's going to do this through the private sector. He's going to seek support from them to be able to establish and construct the Pualugu Dam. He's also going to reduce the cost of transportation by promoting electric vehicles. And the first 100 buses would actually be in Ghana before December ends. This is something he made mention of. He also said that he's going to extend the driver's license for 10 years. So, I mean, this brought joy to those who actually drivers out there. He said he's also going to expand the Gold for Oil program. He's also going to ensure affordable housing for all. Various types of accommodation for everybody. And I mean, social housing would actually include homeless shelters as well. And one of the key things he's looking at doing when it comes to the energy sector is moving us towards generating 2,000 megawatts of solar power. Now, he also said he wants to achieve 90% internet penetration. So he made mention of the key things. This one he wants to do within the first 4 years in office. And then also he plans to transform Ghana into a world-class digital hub. He also wants to set up what we call the National Open University to focus on STEM, ICT, and then he wants to train 1 million youth in IT skills, which we actually had him make mention of during his regional campaign tour. Now, for him, coding and robotics will be standard when it comes to senior high school. So these are some of the key things that he was actually looking at. It's something that, I mean, he's made mention of. They've actually brought out the manifesto. It's a lot in there, and then what we're going to do over the course of the week is actually bring it to you bit by bit. But he touched on various sectors. We have the natural resources, we have the governance, I mean sports. He touched on different sectors, and he made mention of the fact that, I mean, they have a lot of things planned. He intends to implement his policies. These are things that he's actually going to work on. He also said they will establish a 5,000 seater stadium in each 6 new region. They'll also establish a standard stadium in Sunyani. They are also actually looking at setting up, establishing or constructing an airport in Upper East. And he made mention, for those who actually were raising concerns about it, that they've secured funding for the Cape Coast Airport. So we definitely should see some construction in that regard very, very soon. Now, he said we're going to roll out 500,000 more CCTV cameras across the country. They'll also roll out more body cameras for the police in the case of security as well. And he proposes an amendment of Article 87 of the 1992 Constitution, which is to require political parties to abide by a national development plan. Now, he says they will recruit 1,000 special needs teachers. He made mention of this also during his regional campaign tour, something that his government's actually going to focus on. He said he is a problem-solving leader, and that's something that he's planning to work on. And also, he possesses the integrity that is required to lead. He's determined to actually make our future, which is the future of the nation, his business. And so he's asking for Ghanaians to hand the steer over to him. Now, he says he remains competent, diligent, and effective. Those are some of the key messages that he mentioned. We can't take you through all because time is gone, but we just want to say thank you so much. And let's make mention of the fact that the president, who was actually present, actually did address, and he actually endorsed them and gave his support and said he will support him. And he also made mention of the fact that the flag bearer and his running mate are both achievers. Well, it's been quite a long day from morning. I mean, the program has run. We looked at the walk yesterday. We also came through to see the arrival, had some key interviews, and have looked over some of the highlights from their 2016 and their 2020 manifesto. We also took some social media reactions, and then also, you know, some of the key things that they actually made mention of. It's been wonderful staying here with us, and we want to say thank you so much. You've been here with us from morning. We hope you've actually picked a lot out of the launch of the manifesto. What started 16 years ago has actually been climaxed in the same region, and they are hoping, but by bringing this message of hope and change and pushing for development, the people in Western region will be brought back to actually vote them into power more. But this is not just for the Western region. This is for the whole nation. So for all those party supporters, the rank and file, everybody that made it, all those that joined to listen, this is the message, this is the manifesto. And like he said, it is giving. They brought you the things they plan to do. This is the message they're pushing across. And this is what we're going to vote for come December 7th. 2024 is definitely for them, given ideas and jobs, and that's one of the key policies that they're looking at. This is ABC News GH. My name is Epifania Jokotogligui. Do have a wonderful evening, and thank you for staying with us.
Brand or business on ABC News GH Television. Call us on 030-278-8645 or 050-993-0360 to secure your slot.